The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Ms. Rowan. Good morning.
Your Honour, good morning. Could I raise one very brief admin matter before we begin with the witness?
After she calls the case.
Oh, apologies.
That was my fault, not yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honours. This is file case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimini, Yakub Krasniqi. Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
Your Honour, I'm grateful. It's just in relation to filing 2633, which was the SBO's application to admit expert evidence. On the 20th of November, the defence teams jointly filed a request for permission to reply, which was F02737. We have yet to receive a decision from the panel as to whether or not we will be permitted to do so. I simply raise it as the defence are in general anxious that the matter of the expert evidence is resolved before the Christmas break, because the decision in the ultimate filing, 2633, will significantly affect defence preparation. And we are conscious that the experts are the first witnesses that we're likely to deal with in January. So we would ask if the panel could possibly give us an indication as soon as possible as to whether or not we will be permitted to reply and whether or not we will be able to receive an ultimate decision before the Christmas break, please.
fine, we'll give you an answer yet today.
Thank you.
For the record, the panel notes that the accused are all in court today. Today, we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution, witness 4401. Madam Court Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Good morning, Mr. President. I intend to be finished within about 30 minutes this morning.
Okay. Thank you for the update. I note for the record that duty counsel for W04401 is present in the courtroom. Good morning, witness, Mr. Bashoda, and good morning, Mr. Cherkini.
Good morning.
Please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace so the interpreters can catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I remind you, you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that the assurances provided you on Thursday by the panel are still applicable and that refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. We continue now with the cross-examination, first by the Thaçi defense. Mr. Misetich, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Bashota.
Good morning.
Start this morning by speaking of the Rambouillet agreement. You were shown by the prosecutor a document that contained various signatures on it. And in your preparation session, at preparation note 2, paragraph 16, it's recorded that you told the SPO, this is the KLA's signed document affirming the Rambouillet agreement, which was accepted despite difficulties with its terms. Could you tell us a little bit about what the difficulties were with its terms?
Po gjatë kohës e negociata për In the course of negotiations as to who would go to Rambouillet, there were those who expressed disbelief in this conference, which in turn was conveyed to some of the zone commanders, and that led to Mr. Thaçi expressing hesitation before proceeding to speak to zone commanders and coming up with the conclusion that the General Staff should not attend the Rambouillet because the result would not be too favorable to Kosovo.
What was Mr. Thaçi's position then?
Zoti Thaçi ka bërë Mr. Thaçi was against attending Rambouillet.
Something specific about the terms of the Rambouillet agreement that was also controversial.
Po e thashë më herët se As I said before, the basic documents, the Hill documents that I mentioned, had some elements that weren't favorable, and they were to do with the fact that they would not lead to the fulfillment of the aspirations of the Albanian people for independence. From what I knew, I could say that nothing good was going to come out of that conference.
You say you would say that nothing good was going to come out of that conference. Was that your personal opinion at the time? Because it would not lead to independence?
Not mine, Thaçi's view.
And let me show you another document concerning this issue. If we could please have on the screen 1D00117, please, in both the English and the Albanian. Now, while this is coming up, do you recall that the zone commanders, at least some of them, were opposed to Rambouillet?
Yes. I don't know how many were opposed. I think Remy was. Shukri Buya, I think, was opposed too. I cannot recall about the position of the others, but I know that there were those who were against the departure for Rambouillet. They were, as it were, they were opposed.
It's a press release issued by the LPK on the 6th of March, 1999, where the LPK came out and also opposed signing the Rambouillet agreement. Were you aware of the LPK's opposition to the Rambouillet agreement as well?
No, I wasn't. I had no such knowledge.
and we can put on the screen P227, please. Now, this is the handwritten document that you were shown by the prosecution with the signatures on the bottom. My first question is, can you tell us why it's a handwritten document and not a typed document?
Noe kom idén.
I don't know. All I know is that we all signed it.
It says, the text says, Sokol, we know about the content of the document, but considering the attitude of the internal and external factor, we need to think carefully about how to proceed. I think we need to take a pause to gain our strength, but I think that we should seize this opportunity. Now, is the Sokol that's referred to there you?
Kom si.
It's very likely. Very likely.
What you meant by these words, for example, the attitude of the internal and external factor, we need to think carefully about how to proceed. Do you recall what you were referring to there?
Die samoe me kujt sagt.
I don't know how much I'm able to recall of what I meant at the time, but what I know is that the objective or the goal was for us to be able to seize this opportunity offered to us by the international community, that there was nothing to lose by us attending the Rambouillet talks, without being aware of how the proceedings unfolded at Rambouillet, without any prejudice towards them. My goal was in favor of us attending the Rambouillet talks and unveiling our stance and our position.
Okay, first of all, in terms of the timing of the document, is this document signed before the Rambouillet conference or after?
Unë me sa kujtoj,
If I recall correctly, this was signed as authorization to attend the Rambouillet talks.
Okay, so it's not an authorization to approve signing the Rambouillet talks, the Rambouillet agreement?
jo, sa di unë.
No, it is not, to the best of my knowledge. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm unclear about it.
Look at the next paragraph. It says, in conclusion, following all assessments about the final document, the KLA General Staff will pronounce its final opinion about the document after consulting the zone commanders. The General Staff is in favor of saying yes to the agreement. Does that refresh your recollection that this is occurring after a draft agreement had been negotiated for signature?
Po, so.
Yes, that's right.
Text of that second paragraph, first of all, it says that the General Staff will pronounce its final opinion about the document after consulting with the zone commanders. Why did the zone commanders need to be consulted?
Po, ishte nevojshme me parasysh se ata më
It was necessary owing to the fact that some of them were hesitant to approve the attendance of the Rambouillet talks, and also because they were in control of their zones and the soldiers, so their consent was necessary because were an agreement at Rambouillet to be signed, an agreement that did not fulfill the aspirations of the Albanian people, the zone commanders might not accede to it. That is why there was an interval between the Rambouillet and the Paris talks, and that was in order to gain the opinion and the approval of the zone commanders.
Is it fair to say then that if the zone commanders did not agree to this, then the agreement could not have been signed?
Nuk e di se kishte me
I don't know what would have happened, but the situation would have been serious. The lack of consent on the part of the zone commanders would have caused a lot of problems.
Continue on, it says that the General Staff is in favor of saying yes to the agreement. This is based on the positive opinions held in the Army, various Albanian state forums, opinions held by Albanian personalities with authority in the political and social domain, as well as the influence by various international mechanisms. Now, signing off on the Rambouillet agreement was a significant event for the people of Kosovo. Do you agree?
po.
Yes, I do.
At the time, it threatened to be highly controversial precisely because it did not contain a provision providing for eventual independence.
Po,
Yes, that risk was always there.
And that all of you signed the document is because you wanted to present a united front both internally to the people of Kosovo and externally to show that you were all on board with the agreement.
po drejt.
That's right.
Wanted to take on the personal responsibility of being the sole person to sign on to something that did not include independence for Kosovo. Do you agree?
Po e di se ne kemi
I know, because we had a lengthy discussion about it. Nobody would have been able to take the individual responsibility to sign on to this kind of thing without the prior agreement of everyone around.
Let's turn to another topic, and this is the case of Messrs. Descu and Castrati and the two journalists. Now, you were not, as you said, involved in their arrest, either of Chen Descu and Jakub Castrati or the two so-called journalists. Correct?
po.
Correct.
Now, you also said, or let me ask it differently. Were other members of the General Staff aware of their arrests, to your knowledge?
Nuk e di.
I don't know.
You've told the SPO that, as far as you're concerned, there was no reason for Chen Descu to have been stopped or arrested. Is that correct?
Thash edhe më herët
As I said before, Tendescu was a significant personality in the clean municipality, somebody who had dedicated his entire life to the service of the country, and somebody who had been mistreated time and time again by the Serbian forces. He was somebody who worked in the humanitarian field, distributing humanitarian aid, and in my view, his detention was more than a scandalous matter.
And what about Mr. Castrati? As far as
Zotin
you're concerned,
Kastrati e kom një
sorry, as far as you're concerned, do you know of any reason that he
Zotin Kastrati e kom njohur vetëm mas
I came to know Mr. Castrati only after the war, and my impression was that he was a gentleman, a well-mannered person, and I do not think that there was a single reason to have him detained. That was the impression that I created after meeting him and after the war.
Preparation note 2 at paragraph 27, it's recorded that you told the SPO that Adam Demaci was a man, quote, of uncontested influence over zone commanders. Is that correct?
Adem Demaci ka pas një autoritet, më thonë
Adam Demaci enjoyed authority over the entire population of Kosovo. During the war, however, his influence was largest upon the zone commanders. He used to meet them from time to time, went to visit them.
And what is your basis for saying that he had uncontested influence over zone commanders? How did you know that?
por e di se komandantët e zonave
I know that oftentimes zone commanders requested the presence of Mr. Demaci during our meetings with them. They insisted on his presence. I cannot tell you what topics were discussed, but they were insistent on the presence of Mr. Demaci.
Zone commanders insisted on him being present?
po kryesisht
Mainly was the main proponent, but he had the support of everyone.
Yeah. Can you repeat the name? It didn't get recorded in English.
Remi.
Remi.
You said in preparation note 2 at paragraphs 32 to 35 that Adam Demaci had sent a letter the day before the release of these two so-called journalists, which indicated that these persons were being handed over to William Walker. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes.
SPO that you do not know who ordered the release of the two so-called journalists or Messrs. Descu and Castrati.
po.
Yes.
Told the SPO that you only learned about them from Sean Burns and Adam Demaci. Is that true?
Po,
Yes.
The memo I showed you yesterday, Madam Court Officer, if we could please have 1D00219 MFI, please. Beginning at the bottom of page 3, please. These are again the notes of your meeting with lawyers for Mr. Thaçi. And just to, for your clarity, the beginning of the paragraph has been corrected in Exhibit 1D00220 MFI. So the reference shouldn't be to Mr. Thaçi, it should be to you. And it says, during the incident with two Serbian journalists, you were in a village in Mališevo. If we can stop there. Do you recall, is that accurate? Did you tell that to the lawyers for Mr. Thaçi?
Nummer 7.
At Mališevo? Yes, yes.
You said you were waiting at home for a meeting with some Americans. The driver of Mr. Adam Dimaci arrived and told you that the journalists were going to be released. Is that what happened?
Yes. On the day when the release occurred, the release of the two journalists, Tendesco and Jakub Castrati, I hosted an American delegation for dinner at my place, at my house. So I went very late to the village of Drenos in Mališev, and from there onwards I went to Dragobil, where the exchange occurred, to the best of my recollection.
You say Mr. Burns contacted you, Mr. Walker or Mr. Burns made a discreet request to include Tanyug journalists in the group of media that was present. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Dimaci on the phone, Mr. Dimaci stressed to you in his statement that in his statement you should mention democracy as much as you could. Is that accurate?
Yes. What he wanted to say was that internationals were very much in favor of the use of this word.
Mr. Dimaci said Serbian media outlets could join the other journalists. Is that correct?
Yes. It was a request that came from Sean Burns too. I think it was Sean Burns who told me that two journalists of Serbian ethnicity were going to come. I don't know whether they were Tanyug or not, and he said that it would be best for them to be able to film the events as they occurred.
According to the note of your discussion, you said one person wearing a mask said that they had two LDK people as well, but you did not agree that the two LDK people should appear in front of the group of journalists. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Know much about the two LDK people, Cendescu and it should say Jakub Castrati, but had heard that their families and the KVM and KDAM had been looking for them. Is that correct?
Yes, they had been looking for them all over the place. KDAM and KVM also were looking for them, that's what they said.
Mr. Burns did not leave any stone untouched to find them. You were never able to find out who took them. Is that correct?
Correct.
You said the press conference was held in Dragobil in front of U.S. KDAM office. You received instructions from Mr. Dimaci. You cannot recall that you got any instructions from Mr. Thaçi. Is all of that true?
I cannot recall any now.
You cannot recall any instructions from Mr. Thaçi, is that correct?
Correct.
Receiving instructions from Mr. Dimaci?
Yes, from Dimaci. Yes. He forwarded a letter related to this event.
Final question to you is just to identify someone. Did you know someone named Nick Turnbull from the EU KDOM? Do you recall ever speaking to or communicating with Nick Turnbull of EU KDOM?
No, I don't know. I can't recall.
All right, thank you very much for answering my questions. That concludes my cross-examination, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Misitich. Mr. Dixon, your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honours. Good morning, Mr. Bashota. My name is Rodney Dixon. I am going to ask you some questions on behalf of my client, Mr. Kadri Vasili.
Good morning.
I want to start, Mr. Bashota, with a document that was shown to you yesterday regarding a meeting of the General Staff on the 30th of December 1998. Some notes were shown to you. Do you remember that?
No, we found it wrong.
Do
I don't have it in front of me on the screen. Yes, yes.
Mr. Helling explained to the court that these notes were seized by the Serbian authorities in Kosovo during the war period. Do you remember him putting that to you?
You.
No. During the session. Not before.
During your evidence yesterday?
Oh.
Yes, yes.
I want to call up to show to you a document regarding that matter, and it's going to only be in English, but I'll read it to you and then ask you some questions about it. The document starts at 111957. It's the reference that Mr. Helling gave yesterday through to 111966. That's the English translation of a Serbian document. And the page to put on the screen, please, is 111960. And it's number 47, if you could just enlarge that one, please. I'm going to read out this passage at number 47 to you, Mr. Bashota, and then ask some questions. KLA main staff notes from the meeting on 30 December 1998, for which no time, location, or circumstances of discovery were noted. But on the basis of comparisons with other documents, it was determined that the handwriting corresponds to the handwriting on the document. Interview with Mr. Sokol Bashota by Glas, Kosovo, dated 25 December 1998, which was found during the breaking up of a KLA stronghold in the general area of Metahovia in April and May 1999, as described in the official note of the Prizren CRDB Pech ORDB number 1926, dated 15 May 1999. On the basis of a comparison, it was determined that the handwriting in the notebooks from the meeting of the main staff corresponds to the handwritten annotations on the aforementioned interview, which indicates that the author is the same person, i.e. that the document is authentic, and that it was most likely found at the same location. On the basis of a comparison, it was confirmed that the handwriting had no noticeable similarities in general specific and graphic characteristics, and that it can be said with certainty that the writing was produced by the same individual, namely Sokol Bashota. You see that there, Mr. Bashota?
For yes.
Orientate you regarding this passage. It comes from a report of the Serbian Ministry of Interior, which was dated 5 May 2022. It's a report that was sent to the SPO in response to one of their requests for information about where did documents come from, when were they found, etc. You understand that?
I do.
Do you recall during your testimony yesterday that you were shown a copy of an interview that you did to Glas Kosovo, and you were asked by Mr. Helling whether you recognized your handwriting on the left-hand side? That was 099794 for reference. Do you remember that?
Skrimi ka qenë diçka.
The handwriting was something else. The newspaper was something else. I don't know what document do you mean. I can't separate one from the other.
Just to be clear, you were shown, and you're right, it is separate. You were shown an interview, and you were asked whether you recognize your handwriting on the left-hand side, and you said in your evidence that you don't know. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Yes, yes.
Record, this wasn't shown yesterday. This was shown on 28 November. It's now admitted as P1876.
Yes, thank you for the correction, Mr. Helling. It was shown on Friday to you. Thursday. We weren't sitting on Friday. It was shown on Thursday last week to you, is that right?
Yes, yes.
And just so we clear, you said then that you did not know whether that was your handwriting or not when it was shown to you on Thursday last week.
Yes. Yes.
Agree with me that here in this report from the Serbian MUP that it says that the notes of the meeting of the 30th of December 1998, and I'm referring to the notes that you were now shown yesterday, they're separate, you were shown those yesterday. It says here that there was no time, location, or circumstances of discovery that were noted. You agree with me that it says that here in the report?
Yes.
And is it right, Mr. Bashota, that as far as you can recall, you still cannot remember whether or not you wrote those notes about the meeting on 30 December at the time or at a later date? It could have been a later date. Is that right?
I don't remember.
So are you able to say whether you remember whether the notes were written at the same time as the meeting?
No, I don't know. I can't say.
Well, then, that the notes were written later, not at the time of the meeting, but at a later date in the months that followed.
It is possible. I don't know. It is possible.
Yes, thank you. Can we just go to another page before we take this off the screen in that report? And that is at 111964. And if we can just go to the middle of the page where you see number 18 and 58. I'm going to read a section again, Mr. Bishote. More specific evidence about the origin, time, location, and manner of discovery were not found because a part of the MUP documentation was destroyed during the airstrikes against Serbia in 1999. And therefore, details on the provenance of the following documents listed by number were not found. And you see there number 58, manual entitled Study, Strategy and Tactics of the Homeland War in Kosovo, Intelligence and Counterintelligence Service, People's Movement of Kosovo, Pristina, 1993. You see that written there?
Po.
Yes.
Spurs doesn't it, and I'm going to take you to it now, to the study that you were shown that was purportedly written in 1993. Doesn't it?
Po.
Yes.
This is the document that's been marked MFI P01879, Your Honours, which you are still to rule on in terms of admissibility. I want to now go, Mr. Bishote, to the study document itself, and if that could please be called up. You remember being shown that on Thursday.
Po.
Yes.
Document P01879 MFI.
Sorry, I have multiple parts for an English translation. Do we know a point?
If we could just go to the first cover page to start for my questions, and then there will be some parts I'm going to take the witness to thereafter. Thank you very much.
If it assists counsel, the first page would be 01891161.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elling. This is the cover page for the document, a study. The date is given as 1993. You remember being shown that. We have this in Albanian as well.
Po.
Yes.
Po.
Mr. Bishote, you have said that you've never seen this document before, and it's correct, isn't it, that it's from what you've looked at it now, it's not a document that you understand to be one that was produced by the LPK in 1993. Is that right?
I cannot contest it if it was produced by the LPK, but I have expressed my doubts regarding these documents with a person who I don't know whether it's true, but I can't contest it. It may be so, but I don't know.
But it's certainly not a document that you saw when you were operating in the LPK. Is that right?
It was the first time here that I saw it.
Never seen it in your work in the LPK, and in fact, you've never seen it in your work in the KLA either. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, it's correct.
It was not a document, is this correct, used in the formation of the KLA to guide what its work would be?
No, I don't believe so.
And that it certainly wasn't used in any way in the KLA to guide the formation of the intelligence structures and the tasks that would be undertaken by those structures in the KLA during the war.
Unë nuk e morë me
Personally, I was not involved in the establishment of those structures, but I don't believe this document would serve as a guide for those structures.
I want to now just take you to one or two parts of this because you said you had your doubts about the document. And if we could go, first of all, to 0189 1161.
That's the first page.
Right, that's the first page. So I then need to go to 1163 to get to a heading called Our Oath. You'll see this section, Mr. Basota, headed our Oath. And in the first paragraph, I'll read it, you can follow it in the Albanian. I, being a member of the popular movement of Kosovo, on bended knee before the national flag, in the name of my people, do swear that I will be loyal to the war of national liberation, unyielding to the end, ready at every moment to be unsparing, even with my own life, in the liberation of the occupied Albanian lands and their unification with Albania. Do you see that there?
po.
Yes.
From your experience, that the position of the LPK was never that there should be any unification of Kosovo with Albania.
Po me sa
From what we knew, and I explained it here, I was involved in the local organization in Klina commune. So I don't know what the exact position was of the LPK presidency, but at that time our motto was for Kosovo Republic.
Yes, it was not for the unification with Albania, was it?
po me sa më e merr unë është
No, it was not for unification with Albania, to my recollection.
Can we go to another document then? I will come back to this document, but seeing on this point, can we go to 1D00203, please? And I'm looking for particular page 4460 in the English, and I think it's the same in the Albanian. This here is a document of the program and statute of the LPK. It was shown to you during your preparation sessions, and you said you weren't able to recognize that you hadn't seen it before. But I just want to read a passage out to you, and you can follow it in Albanian. It's the last paragraph, which says that the liberation and creation of an independent state of Kosovo does not bring any harm to the other people in the Balkans. On the contrary, it will be an example of welfare, cooperation, and equality among nations. You see that there?
po.
Yes.
How you recall it, that the focus of the LPK's program was for an independent state of Kosovo, not one that would unify with Albania.
Kështu për shumë tash
This is what's written here. And I say that it was merely just for the Republic of Kosovo. I'm talking about 93.
That's what I'm talking about. particularly in light of the study document that's been shown to you by the SBO. Thank you. There are other parts in that document. I'm not going to take time, but they all reinforce the same point. Can we go back to the study document then, please? And in particular to page 01891224. I think the Albanian and the English are still the same. Is that the right page? Yes, and I'm particularly interested in the third paragraph down. I'll wait for it to come up. Okay. The paragraph that starts, when the Albanians in Macedonia were gathered for the inauguration of the University of Tetovo. I think that's a translation error. It shouldn't be University of Kosovo. It should be Tetovo, but you can confirm that. In February of 1995, the police had been notified in advance and had surrounded the whole area. You see that paragraph there?
Po,
Yes.
An incident in February 1995 when this happened at the University of Tetovo in Macedonia?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't remember it.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is a serious contradiction here if an event in February of 1995 is being discussed in a document that's dated 1993?
Jo, nuk po me identifikuar.
No, I can't identify this event. It is unknown to me.
I understand that, but we've got a document here, the study that's dated from 1993, and yet we see a report in it about an event in 1995. Does that strike you as odd?
Jo, nëse dokumenti është
If the document is of 93 and it refers to 95 event, it doesn't make any sense at all. Because you can't foresee something that's going to happen in 95. When in this case it refers to an event that happened in 95. So it's not compatible.
Thank you. Can we go to then page 1891175 in the English, and I think the Albanian is the same as well. Yes, I'm interested in the first paragraph. The activity of the intelligence service must be universal and diverse. Do you see that there?
For
Yes.
The informants should be spread across to become the eyes and ears of the liberation war. Do you see that phrase used there? Eyes and ears.
for
Yes. Yes, yes.
Your knowledge, is this a term that was used by Albanian intelligence from the earlier communist times? Is it an expression that you recall harking back to then?
nuk e ditos.
I don't know. I can't make any comments on it because I have not heard this expression. Or if I have heard, I can't recall it now.
Yes, and without going there to save time, there's some other expressions in the document there. There's one at page 01891242 where there's a lot of talk about the partisans. Is that a term that you're familiar with that relates back to the Albanian communist period?
For
Yes. Yes.
Associated with communist times in Albania. Is that how you recall it?
for
Yes, yes.
Now, Mr. Bashoja, you may not have had an opportunity to look at all of this document, but are you able to say whether or not you have seen in it a number of these kinds of terms that hark back to communist times relating to what happened in Albania, not Kosovo? Would that be a fair assessment of what you've been able to see?
Yeah, it has to be limited to what he's seen. He was not shown this in the preparation session.
But that's why I've asked him from what he's seen.
Overruled, go ahead.
Daar doet me al pyeten aan de hert.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'm saying from what you've seen of this document, I understand this was the first time that you saw it. You haven't used this document ever. But from what you've seen, is it a fair assessment that there are a lot of terms in here that hark back to the communist period in Albania and concern Albania, not Kosovo?
Orëzër me orë datën I prokurizimit.
It is hard for me to come up with such a definition from what I have seen of this document, but it does resemble what you are putting to me.
Thank you, Mr. Bashota. Those are my questions on this document. It can be taken down, and that would be a good time for a break if convenient for your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Witness, we will give you a 10-minute short break now at this time, then we'll come back to the courtroom in 10 minutes. You may go with the court usher out of the courtroom. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. Rise.
Be seated. Yes,
Mr. President, just have a housekeeping matter,
sure.
if I may.
Sure.
On 28 November 2024, the SPO filed a new notification of new witnesses to be called in January, F02752. This request included both the information required pursuant to paragraph 74 of the Order on the Conduct of Proceedings, which includes, which then requires us to provide our cross-examination estimates and objections to proposed exhibits within 7 days, as well as a request under Rule 154. The defense thus have two different deadlines for responding to the two different parts of this request, one of 7 days and one of 10 days. The defense are therefore seeking to have the earlier of the two deadlines extended to allow it to file its response to both parts of the SPO request together on Monday, 9 December. The defense have consulted with the SPO, who have indicated that they do not impose the extension. Thank you.
The request is approved. Please bring the witness in. All right, Mr. Bashota, we continue with Mr. Dixon's questions of you. Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. Mr. Bashota, I now want to go to 1997 and ask you some questions about the central staff then. And I'm referring here to Preparation Note 1, paragraph 4 and 36. Don't worry, you don't need to go there. But it's correct, isn't it, that you've said that there was no general staff in 1997. It was a central staff. And you said that the first core members of what became the central staff were Azim Sula, Jaladin Gashi, Nate Hassani, Javed Aliti, and yourself. You said they were not initially a staff, just a group of friends who met to consolidate activities in the terrain. That's correct, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
At that time, Mr. Kadri Vasili was not part of your group. That's correct, isn't it?
No, it was not.
As far as you know, just going back a bit further, he hadn't been part of any of the LPK meetings and developments in Switzerland either, if you know that.
No, I do not know. I don't know about Switzerland either. Certainly, I wasn't there before the war.
Yes, you at that time were in Kosovo in 1993 and the years thereafter. Oh. That's right.
But I'm not aware of him having participated in any meeting.
Meetings in Switzerland now, is that right? I just want to confirm that you're not aware of him participating in any LPK meetings in Switzerland. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge, no.
Now, moving forward from 1997 and this staff, in inverted commas, that you talked about, by June of 1998, You have, and you've been referred to this a few times, said that there was this meeting in Negrots. Do you remember giving evidence about that?
Oh, yes.
To paragraphs 46 and 47, you said that there were attempts made then to set up a reorganization of the KLA, and Mr. Vasili and others were participants in that meeting. That's right, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
To read you this from Prep Note 2, and then ask you some questions about it. This is paragraph 47. This was the meeting where Jakub Krasniqi became the spokesperson of the KLA. Other appointments were mentioned, but these remained only on paper. But these appointments on paper were not to directorates like G1, G2, G3, etc. at this time. The agreement was that the other appointments made would not be introduced because not everyone from the general staff was present and secrecy was needed for people to move around a bit more freely. Do you remember saying that? Is that a correct understanding of the position at the time?
Oh, yes. There were small organized groups of the Kosovo Liberation Army at the time as well.
Yes, and you were seeking here at this meeting to attempt to start reorganizing the KLA. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
You've said that appointments were mentioned, but they remained on paper. It's right, isn't it, that in those discussions, what you were doing is you were, for the first time, identifying different appointments, different sectors, but you weren't actually at that point deciding to start establishing them yet. Is that correct?
Even during the preparation session, and here as well, I mentioned that there were discussions about certain appointments. I don't know who was concerned or why, because at that time it was too early to think of a core leadership team that would be in charge of the war. Our focus was to appoint a single person who would serve as spokesman of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and the decision was made to have Mr. Jakub Krasniqi appointed to this position, a very well-known personality, a patriotic figure, and I think that he was somebody who carried out his task better than anyone else. The focus was not to set up any of such directorates, and let alone put names to it like Kazım Sula or Javit Haliti. Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Vasili, as far as I recall, went to Albania several times, which meant that we were never able to turn even that appointment to a certain function into a reality. In fact, I'm not even aware of any appointments having been made. All I'm aware of is that there were discussions. And that is why I summarized my position to your questioning by saying that these appointments did not even exist on paper.
Acknowledge that there were discussions, but that there were no decisions taken to establish any directorates. Is that a fair summary?
Yes.
Is it not? That there were no directorates at the general staff level operating after that from July, August, September. They simply weren't in existence.
Nunca existió.
They weren't, they did not exist.
Now we'll come on to what happened from November 1998 onwards. But it wasn't until then, is this right, that the first steps to establish those directorates were taken from mid-November 1998?
Oh,
That's right.
So I want to try and understand then, Mr. Peixoto, what you were doing in this grouping in the months of June, July, September, up until November. Were you able to, as a group, direct any combat operations in the different areas where there were KLA units?
yo no que vi mucho.
No, we were not. These were self-organized units, and where the zones had been formed, the relevant zone commanders were in charge, but the likes of us as a group were unable to do anything. We hadn't even been able to identify ourselves as such in front of them.
Well, was there a time in that period, though, that some members of this staff did go to some of the zones? Not all members, but some. Do you recall that?
No que mueve mano.
No, I don't. Don't know.
Do you know if certain members of the staff did try and visit the zones to find out what was happening on the ground? Do you recall any efforts made in that regard in this period?
As far as I recall, Bisnim Zurabi was the one who went out and about because he was also dealing with the restructuring of the Kosovo Liberation Army. I have no information about the movements of the others because our possibilities of meeting face to face were very limited. It was a time of numerous offensives by the Serbian authorities, and there was fighting in several parts of Kosovo.
So is it right that you didn't have any face-to-face meetings as that group in that time period after June 1998?
I don't believe so. I can't recall.
Did Mr. Zarapi, once he came in and started his work, did he report to you what he was doing?
Yo
No, not until he finished off what he had undertaken, which was towards the beginning of November. I was staying in my native village where there was an offensive. It was the first village that is adjacent to the Drenica area. There was uninterrupted fighting there, and a large group of young men had convened there, and I found it necessary to be near them during this fighting. So this was most of the time. As I mentioned yesterday, this was during the period of June when I lost my father and I had to deal with family matters. So I do not recall if there was any meeting as such.
Yeah, so the November meeting that we will come on to was really the first time, wasn't it, that as many of you as could get together got together to share information. Is that right?
Yes, I think so. I think it was the first time.
Be fighting before then. We'll come on to that. But it's right that made it very difficult to communicate and meet up.
There were huge risks moving from one part of the territory to another because you never knew where Serbian forces had been stationed. They were mobile units who were on the move all the time. And these movements were in addition to the regular checkpoints that they manned throughout.
So in that context, would it be right that you really left it to the zones to get on with it, do the best they could to fight the Serbian forces?
The zones which had been formed, yes, but even where zones had not been formed, the local units that had self-organized were the ones facing off with the Serbian forces. So these were units that had organized themselves.
And it was left to the zones to make appointments of persons who would take up various functions and tasks. That wasn't your responsibility at this time.
The decision on appointments within the zone was taken at the zone level, including on the appointment of the commander of the zone.
Yes, and you got to hear about many of these appointments after the fact, or after they had already been done.
Yes.
I want to just come back to one thing you were saying about Mr. Zarapi going off to have meetings in some of the zones. You said that he didn't report back to you. Do you know if he was reporting back to anyone else in the general staff at that time?
I don't know. I don't even know if the need arose because the staff had not even been formed at the time. His work involved cooperation with his zone commanders and those points where there was a gathering of soldiers in various areas. His work was to take stock of the numbers of the soldiers, the armaments, and the appointments that had been made at his own level. He submitted all of this in November.
We'll come to November now, but I'm just trying to understand before that the degree to which there was collective coordination between the members of the general staff. And I'm just trying to find out whether or not you know whether any steps or decisions that Mr. Zarapi or others were taking were then shared with you or others in the general staff.
Po në atë kohë me besim zërope nuk disim taku.
I don't think that I'd met Zurabi more than once or twice during that period, and I'm not even sure about it. We met him once when he first came, and then maybe once or two times because he was visiting soldiers gathered around the territory of Kosovo. He had limited opportunity to report to anyone.
So is it safe to say then that there was no, at that time, system in place for your group in the General Staff to share information amongst each other so you knew what was going on? There was no such system, is that right?
Jo, nuk ka pas.
Correct, we did not have a functional system. Everyone went to the place where they deemed it necessary to be. As I said, I myself stayed at the point where my brothers and my villagers were there, near the village of Kiev, where a dangerous hot point existed. It was a place which was bombed and shelled on a daily basis by the Serbian forces. The fighting lasted until, I think, November or December, until we were defeated and we had to locate to a higher position.
When you say people went where they deemed it necessary, members of the General Staff would go wherever they thought they could perform a role, but this wasn't something that was decided together as to what should happen. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Mr. Vasily went to Albania a number of times during this period. That is in July and August. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did he need to get any authority from you or other members of the General Staff to do that, or did he take his own initiative, performing the tasks he thought were necessary?
Jo me initiativen e vet.
He did it on his own initiative.
And did you even know what tasks he was performing when he went to Albania?
Nuk e di.
No, I do not. But I know that each time he came back into Kosovo, he brought weapons with him, but I'm not aware of what specific tasks he performed. At the time, we did not ask him about it.
Right at that time, in July and August, that many people were going across the border to get weapons, to bring them back, to try and bolster the units that were in Kosovo to be able to repel or seek to repel the Serbian attacks.
Po mbas thymjes së kazermave në
Yes, after the looting of the weapons depots in Albania, it became easier for everyone to get possession of a weapon, including people who, on an individual basis or as groups, made the travel or the journey to Albania to get weapons.
Yes, thank you. I want to now ask you about one particular battle in particular, and that's the one in Rajovac in July of 1998. And in your prep note, you said that at paragraph 64 that there was no discussion about attacking Rajavec at the general staff level before it was attacked in July of 1998. Do you remember saying that to the SPO?
Oh,
Yes.
Isn't it that the decision to launch that attack was taken by the local units there? There was no order given by you and the general staff to do that.
Yes, there was never any order issued to that effect by the general staff. Indeed, it was a very great mistake, the involvement of that group, but we were unable to control it.
Yes, when you say it was a great mistake, do you mean because of the very strong reaction that you then got from the Serbian forces in response?
Jo, edhe kemi parandje
We were not prepared about it to attack a place where there are civilians living there, because it was very dangerous for the citizens. We never dared undertake such an action in urban areas. That was why. Then it had its consequences. We suffered major losses, and the soldiers felt disorganized and everything.
It was a lack of preparation, is that right, which the general staff was not involved in any way?
Right.
And is it right that it is for reasons like this that Mr. Sula decided to bring Mr. Zarapi, who you've mentioned, into Kosovo as a professional soldier who would seek to try and reorganize and restructure the KLA? Is that why it happened?
Po, nga gjitha të emrat që
From all the names present in that meeting where the spokesperson was elected, I may say that none of us had any military expertise. The coming of Zurapi and other officers to Kosovo gave a sense to the organization of the Liberation Army, and we started the process of restructuring the KLA from the smaller units to the general staff. I think they did a very good job. They brought the experience of many other countries, adapting it to the circumstances and possibilities we had as a KLA. But even after restructuring, we had issues and problems because of the battles and what happened in November, because of the coming winter. But gradually, we managed to finalize that restructuring.
Yes, I'm going to come on to the period from November onwards until the end of the war next, but just a few other questions about the period before to complete this section. You've said in your prep notes that in relation to the Battle of Rajavec, and this is at paragraph 65, that you do not know if Hasim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, or Recep Salimi went to that area after the attack. Is that right?
po, nuk
Yes, I don't remember to have met them. I don't recall that.
You went to the area, but you didn't see them there. Is that how it happened?
po, Po, kur kom dëgju për
Yes, when I heard of it, I took a soldier and I went to Rahovec of my own free will. And there we met those soldiers that couldn't enter. I'm talking about that part near Malisheva because of the Serbian attacks.
Yes. Thank you. I just want to ask you one question about all of the Serbian offensives. I don't want to go into the detail of this. There's been much evidence about it, and you've talked about it as well. But I want to bring up one document from the end of September 1998. It's a ECMM document. It's only going to be in English, but I want to see if this accords with your knowledge of the situation on the ground late September. It's SPO E 003-04290 through to 4293. And I'm looking at pages 1 and 2, please. There's no Albanian, but I want to read out the relevant sections because this comes from those international observers who were monitoring on the ground, and it's entitled at the top of the page, A Snapshot of Current Situation in Kosovo, and this is 23 September 1998. Do you see that there at the top of the page? I've just translated it for you.
po.
Yes.
Military situation in the middle of the page, and it reads, since the VJ and security forces began their offensives in late July, they have successfully regained most of the territory previously under UCK control, principally the areas around Melishevo, Dechani, Unik, much of Granica, and now Shala as well. And then the rest is blacked out. When it says Shala, where is that region? Is that a region in the southern part of Kosovo?
Në pjesën
It is in the northern part of Kosovo.
For that correction. So it's a section that includes Pristina and then up to the north, up to the border with Serbia. Is that right?
ajo pjesë është nuk di
Yes, that part it is.
kufit e zonave.
I don't think it includes Pristina, but it's that part.
So in the north going up to the border of Serbia, just so we can orientate ourselves.
Po,
Yes.
Thank you. And if you go over the page, please, onto page 2 and the heading, what has happened to the UCK, KLA? The UCK appears to have collapsed. The infrastructure of the UCK, although never sophisticated, has been successfully cut, and the UCK has been reduced to pockets dispersed throughout the countryside. This geographical dislocation appears to be matched by an ideological dislocation with a perhaps varying level of commitment to the ultimate goal of independence. Thaçi himself has admitted that the UCK is now split into several autonomous groupings, opening up the potential for rivalry and infighting. Do you see that part there? I've read it out. I hope it's been translated to you.
po.
Yes.
LA has collapsed. Is that an accurate description of what had occurred in the months of July, August, September with the Serbian offensives?
Që është shkatruar nuk mund të them.
I wouldn't say it was destroyed or collapsed because, I could say it was collapsed but not destroyed because they were very large-scale offensives undertaken by the Serb army, and we suffered a very major blow there. In all the strongholds of the KLA, and we lost territories which fell under the Serb.
And what about the comment here about opening up the potential for rivalries and infighting? Is that something you were concerned about at the time in your position?
Can you repeat the question, please?
This report mentions that this situation, the collapse of the KLA, has also opened up the potential for rivalry and infighting in the organization. I'm just trying to understand if that was something that concerned you in your role at the time.
Fjala do të thonë është për
You mean about internal issues? I have no information about that. I mean, to that extent as to damage the KLA. I have no information.
Yes, and what about difficulties that you were experiencing? You've given some evidence about this with being able to control persons in certain of the zones in Kosovo. Was that something that had arisen and was continuing during this period?
po kanë qenë lëvizjet kanë qenë
The movement was very much restricted. It is true that the supply from Albania was very much difficult. I mean, supply of weapons from Albania became very difficult. We lacked other items of logistics, we had major difficulties ensuing from that.
Yes, and it's right that can and did put stresses and strains on the organization, fractured as it was, to stay united. Would that be a fair assessment?
ka pas mundësi po.
It would be a fair assessment.
We'll come on to this soon, November onwards, but that's what you were aiming to address in November with Mr. Zarapi, wasn't it? To try and piece this all together again after these damaging offensives from the Serbian forces.
Nuk e di saktë për na.
I don't know that we suffered that much as to suffer as a KLA, to damage the KLA.
So I'm not sure I understand your answer. I was simply putting it to you that the KLA was damaged as a result of the Serbian offensives, and you were trying to deal with that in November. Is that how you remember the sequence of events?
Po.
Yes.
One more part of this document, if I may, page 3, over the page, the heading Humanitarian Situation. It reads, the summer offensives have exacerbated an already severe situation. It is estimated that approximately 250,000 have now been displaced, both internally and externally. Albania has approximately 15,000 refugees, and Macedonia 1,000, and Montenegro 40,000. You see those figures there that I've read out to you?
Yes.
At the time on the ground, huge numbers of displaced persons moving from village to try and survive, and across the border to many countries as well.
Query as to the relevance of this line of question.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Yes. There were movements of citizens from one village to another, beginning from my own family, which went to about 15 different places. That was the case with other families in Kosovo who were displaced and tried to survive in different centers. And often they were in thousands gathered together in one area, in some mountain area or other places.
Well, what I want to ask you of relevance to your position is what challenges did this create for you in the General Staff? Were you having to deal with this particular problem?
Yes, firstly, the KLA had to focus more on the protection of the refugees, if you like, or the people being displaced, so that they didn't fall prey to the enemy attacks as much as it could, of course. So we had to take greater care of their movements because many of the citizens didn't know where the positions of the Serb forces were. So we had to engage our soldiers to show them the way, where to go. So it was a challenge for us. And often they had problems with food supplies and other needs that in many cases KLA soldiers tried to help them. The Albanian citizens whom then we called refugees.
Yes, and also to assist them to get over the border as well, which was not safe to do either, was it?
Yes. I don't have any information actually about the border issue, but within the areas I do know because my family was one of them. But certainly somebody had to organize also their passage through the border in the best places possible for them, not to run into any risks.
Your Honours, we would ask that this ECMM Daily Summary Report of 3 September 1998 is admitted into evidence, having met the prima facie threshold for admissibility.
Any objection?
No objection, provided that the item is admitted with a confidential classification.
SPO.
Well, Your Honour, I think there are redactions made to the parts that are sensitive, so I can't understand why it can't be public for the rest of it.
I believe it's a condition of the provider of this document.
All right, then I will go on that basis, providing it's admitted.
All right. SPOE 0 030429021030429 is admitted and will remain confidential.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 2D33.
Yes, thank you,
You may
Mr.
continue.
Bishota. Just one more matter before the break. In this period, we're talking now the end of September, there were negotiations going on with FARC abroad in Albania and Turkey. Do you recall that? Were you aware of that?
Jo, unë nuk
No, I wasn't informed about that. After the agreement was concluded with FARC, Bislim Serapi told me that we managed to have an agreement with FARC, namely that FARC officers and soldiers enter Kosovo, but under the auspices of the KLA. That's all what Zurabi told me.
That he didn't come to you before he went off to these meetings with FARC, and he went with Mr. Vasily, if you know that. He didn't come to you beforehand to get a collective authority to go abroad to have these negotiations. Is that right?
me mu nuk është
He didn't consult me about this trip of his.
Consulted with Mr. Vasily any other members in the general staff before they went off on these trips to do these negotiations?
ta nuk e di.
This I don't know.
So the first time you heard what was going on and what had happened was when they got back. Mr. Zarapi and Mr. Vasily got back from their travels and they reported that the deal was done. Is that how you remember it?
Më nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall about Mr. Veseli and Zurabi, but when I met him, this is what he told me, that FARC agreed to send its officers and soldiers under the emblem of the KLA. I wasn't provided any accord or any other document regarding this issue.
Yes, and that was not a positive development when you heard that, because going forward then in November, you would have FARC professional soldiers part of the KLA to look to restructure and seek to repel the Serbian forces. Is that right?
Po ne
Yes. Not being well versed in the military art or how to organize the KLA, the arrival of the career officers was a good omen and a good thing for everyone, because even though they had done their schools, their studies in the former Yugoslavia, being in exile helped them to acquire other knowledge, which they implemented in Kosovo. So I consider it a good act. I never criticized it. I merely welcomed their arrival because they gave a new dynamic to the situation.
If we could break now, Your Honor, that was appropriate.
Thank you. Witness, we'll give you a half-hour break now at this time. Please leave the courtroom with the usher, and we'll see you back here at 11:30.
And Your Honor, as an update in terms of timing, I expect to be done in about 45 minutes in the next session, if that is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Madam Usher, please bring the witness in.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I had indicated 4 hours for this witness. I would be significantly less, approximately 2 hours. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know.
Your Honour, just by the same token, I'd indicated an hour and a half last night. I'll be significantly less than that, if anything.
Thank you. All right, witness, we will continue with questions from Mr. Dixon. You have the floor, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. Mr. Prosecutor, I wanted to ask you about something that we left off on, about FARC. You had said previously, and I'm referring here to Prep Note 1, paragraph 10. You don't have to go there. I'll go through it with you. That the appearance of FARC insignia, this was before September and before the process that we talked about in terms of the unification. But the appearance of FARC insignia was something that you had thought was information that had been brought by the intelligence service. And you said in your prep note, the sources of the information brought by the intelligence service to you were unknown persons. You did not know who they were, but he thought they were from the intelligence service. Do you remember saying that to the SBO?
Oh, yes, I do.
So is it right then that you have no concrete information that any information emerging about FARC insignia had come from any intelligence service in the KLA? Is that correct?
Correct.
You did not know who these persons were or who they were working with or reporting to?
Correct, I did not.
And then also you were asked in relation to Tahir Zima, you might recall this, about information that you had received about him being a drug dealer, and that this had come from the intelligence service. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes.
I mean, it's right, isn't it, that likewise you have no concrete information that this information came from any intelligence service person or group in the KLA?
Correct, I do not recall what function they held. But on the basis of the significance of this information, I came to the conclusion that it would have come from the service itself.
Kjo ka qenë vetëm përshtypja imja.
But that is only an impression of mine.
So it's only an assumption that you made. You didn't have any concrete information that it came from any intelligence body. Is that right?
Nuk I kom njoft ata persona,
I did not know those people. They were ordinary individuals, and I thought that it came from the intelligence service.
You also said, though, that it was publicly known that there were these allegations about drug dealing. So was that something that was widely known, that many people discussed?
po këto më vonë tani kemi.
Yes, but I came to learn this later.
Edhe
I heard it after the war, but also due to the fact that there was a trial held.
Yes. But just to clarify this point, it's right, and we're talking about the period before November, that at your level in the general staff, there was no intelligence service or sector at that time, was there?
në të muaj edhe një herë
Can you please repeat what month are you referring to?
November. I'll come on to discuss November next, but before that time, going back, there was no intelligence sector at your level at that time, at the general staff level.
po
Correct, there wasn't.
So if there was any intelligence being done, it may have been happening in the zones or in organizations within the zone command. Is that how you remember it?
po
Yes.
But there was no coordination of any of that work at your level, the general staff level. Is that right?
në atë kohë ju, për arsye se
Not at the time, because the local staffs and zone commanders, they underwent their own restructuring based on the military models coming from elsewhere, from say Albania or elsewhere, and based on those models, they did structure their own units.
Yes, and you hadn't at the general staff level issued any orders or regulations as to how that work should be undertaken. Is that right?
po jo s'ka pas.
Correct, there wasn't any.
You didn't get any reports back to you at the general staff, did you?
Jo s'kemi marrë.
No.
And in relation to disciplining soldiers in the KLA at that time, I'm talking about November going back, November 1998. It wasn't the role of you and those with you in the general staff to discipline soldiers or oversee that work, was it?
po
Correct.
Just one final matter before we move on to November. In your prep note, and this is prep note 1 at paragraphs 12 and 13, you mentioned disciplinary matters in relation to Ramesh Haradinai's soldiers in the Dukajin zone. Do you recall discussing that matter?
po
Yes.
And is it right, you've clarified these matters in your prep note 1 here, that as far as you recall, you have no information that Mr. Vasily was involved in any way in disciplining Ramesh Haradinai's soldiers. That was a matter for him in his own, wasn't it?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I now want to move on to the November meeting that we've mentioned a few times. And it's correct, isn't it, that took place in November the 12th and 13th, 1998. Is that right?
I do not know the exact date, but yes, it may be that date in November.
Okay, we can bring up handwritten notes of this meeting. It is 4D00011, and we've got this in English and Albanian to see if this accords with your memory. These are handwritten notes from that meeting on the 12th and 13th of November. Do you recognize the handwriting on the left side there in Albanian?
No, I do not.
Do you recognize any of the information in this note? The meeting taking place, as we see there, on the 12th of November, and then a further entry on the 13th of November with various persons present.
It may be so, however, this is not a document that I've seen before.
Very well. Well, can you assist us then with, you were there, what were the main discussions at these meetings? We've heard earlier that this was a coming together for the first time since June. What did you focus on doing at this meeting in summary, please?
It's been 25, 26 years now, so the details might escape me. And I also did not know that these would come in useful at some point in my life to be able to memorize them. However, we discussed the structuring that Mr. Mizrapi submitted to the General Staff, as well as the appointments, starting with the Commander, the Deputy Commanders, the Chief of Staff, and the G1, G2, G3, and G4, which are military terms that I did not know at the time and do not know to this day.
Correct that the aim now was to look to establish directorates at the General Staff level.
Yes.
And you were doing this on the recommendation of Mr. Zarepi in order to try and put some order on the chaos. Isn't that right?
Yes, correct.
And you're also doing it to try to show, and you may well have discussed this at the time, to try and show the international military forces that you could be taken seriously as a credible military force, that you would at least try and look like their structures.
Nderuar avokat,
Dear Council, the structuring of a military unit under conditions of war can only be guessed at by anyone, as well as the array of issues that we faced with during that time. Every citizen of Kosovo at the time designed to have the best hierarchy as far as the general staff of the Kosovo Liberation was. So our goal was to appear as organized as possible before the domestic and international opinion in order to let everybody know that we were well organized. We came out with all kinds of statements, and the ultimate goal was for us to present ourselves in the best light possible.
Yes, but that didn't happen immediately. You needed December, January, February, you needed some time to set the foundations and seek to put this in place. Is that correct?
was sagt.
Correct. Yes, it is correct. With the problems that we encountered with the zone commanders and so on and so forth, this process took us up until February and March.
Yes, I'm not going to cover the ground that we have gone over already with the difficulties in relation to command issues. But what I wanted to ask you about was in relation to Mr. Kadri Vasili. Do you recall that he was at part of this meeting on the 12th of November?
Kommt man wonder med
It is impossible for me to know the names of everyone present because there was a much larger number of us present in there. So I cannot say with certainty on whether Kadri Vasili was there. I cannot recall.
Do you remember, perhaps, if I explain it this way, that he came there with Mr. Zarapi because they had been involved in the FARC negotiations, and he came there for this meeting and was therefore part of it? Does that jog your memory in any way?
Nuk e mboj mend.
No, I do not remember. As I said, when Mr. Zarapi arrived there, I wasn't aware that he was in the company of Mr. Vasili. And I cannot recall at all on whether Mr. Vasili did take part in that meeting or how long he stayed for. It may have been the case, but I don't know.
Very well. And do you recall this, that it was then that the discussions took place and an agreement was made that he would be in charge of the intelligence directorate, G2?
Oh.
Yes.
And that as a result of that, he was sent abroad, out of Kosovo, to get training. This was after the meeting in November. Do you remember that happening?
Këta më ka thonë Besim Zerapi.
Besim Zerapi told me this during our free time when he told me that Mr. Vasili needs to make contact with foreign services and get the adequate training, given that it's a new sector that's being created within the Kosovo Liberation Army, so he needs to be well prepared in order to lead this work. And from that moment onwards and for a very long time, I did not see Mr. Vasili again.
Yes, it was only after Rambuye, and I'll come on to that he came back. But I just wanted to clarify what Mr. Zarapi said to you. Did he say that he was sending Mr. Vasili abroad both for training, but also to meet with foreign intelligence services? Is that right?
Yes. Roughly, yes.
So did he say he was going to be doing external intelligence work abroad in order to build relations with foreign intelligence services to seek to help the KLA?
What are the two detaljer Kate?
Look, I cannot recall all these details, only that he said that there is a need for him to go overseas and establish contacts with foreign services, in addition to getting training to complete the tasks that he's got.
And do you recall, were there also discussions about the fact that this could assist showing the international community that the KLA was starting to develop into a professional army, because it would also have contacts with intelligence sectors abroad?
I can't recall this.
No, I appreciate it was a long time ago. I'm just trying to explore what you knew at the time.
I'm dead.
Okay, thanks.
You don't recall Mr. Vasili being there. Do you recall any discussions at that meeting about establishing the G2?
Yes, when Mr. Zarapi submitted the organizational chart, G1, G2, G3, and a number of these numbers were mentioned. I can't remember how many, but yes.
Now, when Mr. Vasili was abroad, you've mentioned you didn't see him for some time. Did you or others in the general staff have any contact with him during that time? Do you recall?
I did not have any personally. I don't think so. I don't think I was able to be in contact with him.
As you know, there was no system in place within the general staff to keep him informed of what was happening. Is that right?
I don't know.
But you say you didn't have any discussions with him. Do you know if anybody else in the general staff had any discussions with him while he was away during that time?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Do you know if he was being sent any reports from inside of Kosovo to where he was in different places? If you can remember that?
I do not remember any reports having been sent to Mr. Vasili from the staff or anyone else. That's not something that I remember.
Well, can we call up P01109? This is the note that you were shown that I referred to earlier of the meeting of the General Staff on the 30th of December of 1998. And it's written in Albanian, and then we have the English translation. I need to go to page 7, please. That's the one that you were shown. Yes, thank you. And you've identified your signatures here.
Cool.
You remember?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And it says here the next meeting, this is at the bottom, will be held on the 5th of January. Do you recall if that did, in fact, take place?
Nog me goed.
I do not recall, no.
Now, it's correct, given what you've said, that Mr. Kadri Vasili was not present at this meeting. He was abroad at this time. Is that right?
I do not know on whether he was abroad, but what I know is that I did not meet Mr. Vasili for a very long time. I did not meet him for a very long time. I don't know whether that was then during the Rambouillet talks or afterwards.
Yes, we'll come on to Rambouillet now in a moment, but I just wanted to check. It's right that he wasn't at this meeting that you were at. You didn't see him there.
Didn't see him.
After this meeting on the 30th of December, did you or anyone else report to him about what had happened at this meeting?
No, I cannot recall.
And it's right that he never sent any information from where he was to this meeting to be taken into consideration in the meeting.
I don't think so. At least I do not know if he was able to send us any information from wherever it was that he was. I simply do not have that information.
And you were asked here where you had written Kadri's deputy next to intelligence service. You see that part? Right in the middle of the document. You were asked about that. I just wanted to confirm that you were asked about that.
Yes, that's fine. Where is it where we're talking about the promotions committee or elsewhere?
Of operational zones. Do you see that in the middle of the document? And then it says intelligence service, in brackets, Kadri's deputy. Do you see that part?
Yes.
And
to tell you the truth, I just do not know what the conversation centered on. But it may certainly have been the case that in the absence of Kadri, somebody else would have been appointed as chief. The idea was, it is fairly possible that this is not to appoint a deputy to Kadri as a function, as a post, but to have someone in place of him. As far as I know, Kadri had not been in a position to to have any deputy, and the information that I have does not suggest that there was ever anyone appointed as deputy to Kadri as chief of the intelligence service. So this is my likely explanation to a document that was drawn up some 27 years ago or so, in which I have difficulty giving details on.
Yes, thank you. But it's right, as far as you recall, that Mr. Kadri had no deputy appointed who was attending this meeting. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And there was no deputy there. We see no name here, but there was no deputy there reporting to him from this meeting. That's right, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, boss.
No, there wasn't any deputy. That's why it's in brackets.
There's a phone number down on the bottom left here, 0041, and says Luli underneath it. You see, you were taken to that part as well.
Oh,
Yes?
Do you know whose number that is? It's a foreign number, a Swiss code. Do you know who would have been on the other end of that number?
To tell you the truth, I don't remember. And I don't know if that phone number can be ascribed to Luli. This I can't ascertain.
Did you ever phone that number at the time?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Phoned that number, used that number at the time?
I don't remember. This memo here. It's likely that it is not part of the general staff records, but it's done for my own purposes. I even have forgotten it as such. So in a normal records, you can't do such annotation. It's not logical. So I don't remember about this number, whether to whom it belonged.
I wanted to ask you, Mr. Bashir, were there any formal recorded minutes of this meeting or any of your general staff meetings that you remember?
My name is Bashota.
Yes, I was asking you, Mr. Bashir, were there any formal minutes of any of these meetings?
I think there was an official minutes, but I don't think this is an official one, because in that case I would not allow such scribbles, such notes be made on a formal minutes of the general staff. I don't know why I have made it, but probably for my personal needs. And it's not an official document to be used for the needs of the staff. I may have referred to it regarding the order of business, but I don't think it's an official document.
Do you know if anyone was assigned in your group to take official minutes or not?
Yes,
I don't remember that. But there was an official person.
Yes, thank you. Just one last question about this number that I've asked you about. Is it possible that number might have been added later? In other words, that you didn't record this at the time or when you first made this note, but you added it at a subsequent time? Because it says here 1999.
Currency.
It is possible, it is.
Yes, equators.
Simply, I don't know whom it belongs to, but in an official document, I wouldn't have written such a number.
Is
The translators are asking that you pause after so that the translation can be completed before your next question.
Yes, I apologize for that, and I'll make sure I do it. Thank you. That document can now be taken down, and in its place, could we have P00182? This is the document, Mr. Bashota, that you were shown earlier, and I just want to go to one page of it. It's regarding a meeting of 6 February 1999, and it's SPO E0022641. Have a look at the wording there. I'll come back to it now, but just so that you have the context, you were asked questions about this because zone commanders were critical of your appointment as deputy commander, and they were also raising here this point about the intelligence service, SHI, cannot look after the army from abroad. I think we should appoint a professional as commander who should be accountable to us. This is coming from some of the zone commanders at a meeting you were referred to on the 6th of February, 1999. Do you remember this issue being raised about the intelligence service being abroad?
No, I don't remember.
You don't have any recollection of zone commanders complaining that the intelligence is not in the country, it's abroad, and we need to appoint somebody who can be accountable to us?
I don't know whether I was present at this meeting. I don't remember.
To be fair to you, you have said that. I just wondered if you'd heard about this complaint being raised about the intelligence not being in the country. This is February 1999.
No, no.
Very well. That document can be taken down. Thank you. I want to come on to Rambuye now, as I had mentioned previously. Were you involved in any of the discussions in the general staff about who would be sent there to negotiate?
No, I don't think so. I think Azem Sula was in Kosovo at the time, and to my knowledge, he was the one who decided who would go there. I don't know whether this issue was discussed also in the general staff. I don't have any accurate memories of it.
Wasn't a collective decision of the general staff to decide who would go and what they would say there. Is that right?
Po nga vetë logjika që
Based on the fact that the composition of the delegation was made of people who dealt with internationals, I think this is easy to understand that they were the ones who should go there. I don't remember whether it was the direct decision by Azem Sula, but in my logic, it was so.
Talked with you about making that decision, did he?
mua s'më kujtohet që
I don't remember that anyone consulted me about that, about the delegation.
Do you recall knowing that Mr. Vasili was one of those who went to Rambouillet to participate in the negotiations?
që ka qenë në
I heard that he was in Rambouillet. I don't recall from whom I heard it, but I know it was spoken that he was there too. But from what I remember, he was not appointed by the general staff to go there. In what capacity he went there, I don't know. With whom he consulted, I don't know. But I heard that he was in Rambouillet. I didn't have any direct information about that.
So once again, this wasn't something that you were consulted about, him going there or being appointed to go there. Is that right?
po.
Yes, that's right.
Now, you've said you last saw him in the, well, actually you weren't sure if he was at the November 1998 meeting. I suggested to you that he had been there for some of the time, but you weren't sure. You've said he was then away for a long period. When was it the next time that you saw him again? Was it after Rambouillet?
Kujtoj pas Rambouillës.
After Rambouillet, I think, yes.
Late March 1999.
Nuk e di sakt,
I don't remember accurately, but from what I remember, I think he was present also in the meeting about the Rambouillet agreement.
And do you recall getting any report backs from him, in particular, about Rambouillet?
jo.
No.
Is it correct that shortly thereafter, at the beginning of April, Mr. Vasili then moved from out of your general staff to become the minister for the Kosovo Intelligence Service as part of the provisional government of Kosovo, as this was set up following the Rambouillet process? Is that how you recall it occurring?
Unë në atë kohë
At that time, I don't think Adri Veseli was a minister. After the war, he was only chief of the information service, intelligence service.
Do you recall him on the 2nd of April being appointed to the provisional government structure?
jo s'm kujtohet kjo.
I don't recall that. I was not present at that meeting. because I resigned at that time from the staff. And I don't know whether in that meeting he was appointed minister or only chief of that service. But after the war, I do know that he was chief of the intelligence service.
Kosovo intelligence service, the civilian intelligence service, is that right?
Yes, yes, after the war.
So when you resigned, what was the date of that?
In February, in the middle of February 1999, after the revolt of the zone commanders that I mentioned earlier. Oh, I think it was in February.
And you had no contact with Mr. Vaseli as a result of resigning after that, is that correct?
Yes, you may understand it that way. It was not forbidden for us to have contacts, but I think it was as you are saying.
A few questions in my remaining time about Mr. Sokol de Bruyne. Do you know who I'm referring to? He was appointed as the chief of the judicial service in late 1998.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you were in the general staff then, that his role was to look at setting up a professional legal service within the KLA?
Yes. That was why he was appointed for.
Do you recall that he started doing that in early 1999, looking at getting the legal codes in place and the necessary legislation?
I don't know his job description because I didn't have any contacts with him ever about his work. And I don't know whether the work he did was discussed with his staff, because I think he had the staff. I don't think it was discussed in the general staff.
So once again, there were no collective discussions in the general staff about his role. Is that right?
From what I remember, because I didn't stay there long, as I said, in February I resigned, so I was unable to see what Sokol de Bruyne was doing in the general staff.
Before you resigned in December, January, there were no discussions as a group, were there, about what he was going to do or what his responsibilities were?
No, I don't remember that.
And there was no requirement, was there, within the general staff that any information on collaborators should be sent to him? That's right, isn't it? That was never required of you.
No, I don't think so.
But one last matter I wanted to ask you about, and if you could bring up the document on the screen, please, which is P00303 in English and Albanian. It'll be in Albanian, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, so it's 00303. Should be press release number 4. Yes, that's it there. If you could please look at that, Mr. Bishotti. You were asked some questions earlier on today about this matter. And I just wanted to ask you whether you ever saw this press release number 4 regarding this matter. It's dated 1 November 1998.
Nuk me kujtohet kjo.
I don't remember to have ever seen this.
The first time that you're seeing it now.
Po,
Yes.
nuk dija ku po sa unë përgatitore, po
I don't know whether I saw it during the prep session, but before that, I never saw it.
LDK officials were arrested by the KLA Military Police Directorate. You see that at the top of the page. And then it's signed by, or written at the end, Kosovo Liberation Army Military Police Directorate. Do you see that? You see that at the end?
farë fund,
Yes, I see it.
Now, it's correct, isn't it, Mr. Bashota, that in November 1998, there was no such thing as a military police directorate of the KLA. Isn't that right?
me 5 nëntor,
On 5th of November 98, I think you are right. I don't think there was a police directorate. There were no directorates then.
Yes, I gave the date of the 1st of November, but whether it's the 1st or the 5th, there was no military police directorate at this time in the KLA, was there?
jo se besoj se në atë
No, I don't think there was any directorate of military police at the time.
And there was also no intelligence directorate of the KLA at this time either, beginning of November 1998.
saktë, më thash
That's correct. I said the directorates were established sometime in the middle of November after the reporting by Bislim Zurapi. It was then that it was decided to set up the directorates and the respective staff.
Whatever this document is, then, it's right, isn't it, Mr. Bashota, that it could not have been issued by a military police directorate of the KLA. That's correct, isn't it?
po saktë.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Bashota, those are my questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honour. No questions at this stage. Thank you.
Ms. Alakindra?
Thank you, Your Honours. Good afternoon, Mr. Bashota. I'm Venkateshwari Alagendra,
Yeah.
and I represent Mr. Jakub Krasniqi.
Mirë gjitha.
Now, in your preparation session, and again yesterday and today, you've said that in 1997, the members of the Central Staff were Azim Sula, Jaladin Gashi, Knight Hassani, Javit Haliti, and yourself. Correct?
Po,
Yes, yes.
And Mr. Jakub Krasniqi was not part of that group. Is that right?
po saktë.
That is right.
And you're aware, aren't you, Mr. Bashota, that Mr. Krasniqi was the head of the LDK branch in Glogot until April 1998?
Det är ungefär
I don't know until what date, but I do know that he was part of the LDK, and that he was very active at that time.
And that would be until early 1998, if you can recall? Is that possible?
nokedi.
I don't know.
Now, as far as you are aware, Jakub Krasniqi was never a member of the LPK, correct?
Ska ha information.
I have no information about that. I know that he was a political prisoner, but as to what political organization he belonged, this I don't know. I know that he was imprisoned for illegal activity at that time. This I know.
Right. Now, yesterday you confirmed that the restructuring of the KLA became fully operational with the arrival of Bislim Zarapi in Kosovo. And it was a process that ended with the full structuring of the KLA by the end of 1998. Do you recall saying that?
På.
Yes.
Have on screen 4D00011, please. Right. These are the notes from a meeting of the General Staff on the 12th and 13th of November 1998, Mr. Bashota. And at the top, the document explains that in this meeting, the organizational restructuring of the KLA General Staff was carried out.
På.
Yes? And this was the meeting at the end of 1998, where you speak of the restructuring. Am I correct?
På.
Yes. Yes.
Document we see the new structure of the KLA provides for one commander and two deputy commanders, one for operations and one for support. Correct?
På.
Yes.
Appointed deputy commander for operations, and Jakub Krasniqi was appointed as deputy commander for support. Correct?
På.
Correct.
Now, as part of the restructuring of the General Staff, Bislim Zarapi was appointed the Chief of Staff. Yes?
På.
Yes.
And in your preparation session last week, that would be paragraph 50 of Prep Note 2, you said that Bislim Zarapi was the head of the operational directorate and that it was Azim Sula and not yourself that gave tasks to Bislim Zarapi. Is that right?
På.
Yes.
Last week, you told the prosecution that when Bislim Zarapi arrived in Kosovo, he created a completely new dynamic with respect to the restructuring of the KLA. Do you recall saying that?
På.
Yes.
He was an experienced military professional, a career officer, wasn't it?
På.
Correct.
Bislim Zarapi's duty in the operational directorate, and his deputy in the operational directorate was Sali Veseli, am I correct?
Me duket nuk e maj mend.
I think so. I do not remember it. But it was him, I think. He was also a career officer. It might have been him.
And there was also Naima Loku and Safet Shula. Do you recall that? Who joined the operational directorate?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I do not recall, but I know the name Maloko arrived into Kosovo as well.
Se kujtoj këtë.
I can't remember.
But you can confirm that Sali Veseli and Naima Loku were career officers. Yes?
Po,
Yes.
Sula did not have a military background, did he? He was a chemistry teacher before the war?
po, më qenë
Yes, and I'm one of his pupils.
And of course, you've already told us that neither yourself nor Mr. Krasniqi were military professionals either, yes?
sakt.
Correct.
Now, at paragraph 51 of preparation note 2, you're recorded as saying it was also Bislim Zurabi who would give the descriptions of the details of the General Staff Directorates. Do you remember saying that?
Skicimin po, ai ka po.
He did the drafting of the whole thing. He drew it up, yes.
If we can have on screen P1408, please. Right. Now, these are notes from a meeting with the directorates of the General Staff in Divyak on the 29th of December 1998. Now, if we look at the list of attendees, the meeting was attended by Bislim Zarabi, Adam Grabotsi, Fatme Limai, Bert Luja, Rambuya, and Sali Veseli. Correct?
Po,
Yes.
You, nor Mr. Krasniqi were present at this meeting. Am I correct?
sakt.
Correct.
The meeting agenda, point 1, it says briefing by the leadership and the command of the General Staff. You see that?
Paragrafit po, pika 1, paragrafit 3.
It's point 1, isn't it?
And below, and just below, it says the meeting was chaired by Mr. Bislim Zarabi, who spoke about leadership and command structure. Yes? That's what it says?
Yes.
So that's accurate, isn't it? And consistent with what you've said in your preparation session. It was Bislim Zarabi who briefed the directorate about the leadership and command structures. Yes?
Po,
Yes.
It's reported to Mr. Zarabi, didn't they? Not to you.
jo ne u kur.
No to us.
Right. At paragraph 50 of preparation note 2, you're recorded as saying, though they rarely occurred, it would be Bislim Zarabi who would have general staff meetings with the zone commanders. That's correct, isn't it?
Po,
Yes.
If we can have SITF 00009426 to to 9430 on the screen, please. And if we can go to page 2 of the document, please. Right. Now, this is a statement that you've given in 2011, Mr. Bashota? It was given to the SPRK in Kosovo. Yes?
Yes.
I'd like to read to you the questions and answers, starting with number 5. And it says, the base of the HQ, the question, base of the HQ, where was it? In Divyak. So you would go to Divyak from time to time? Yes. Who was the head of the HQ? Bizim Zarapi. That's accurate, isn't it?
Yes.
As spokesperson of the KLA, Mr. Krasniqi was one of the KLA members who was also a focal point for the internationals, wasn't he?
Yes.
Krasniqi often met internationals like Sean Burns along with you and Mr. Rambuya, didn't he?
Jam taku
Yes. It happened on several occasions when we met Hill, Walker, Petrich, David Meyer, and that was in the company of Jakub Krasniqi and Jakub and Rambuya. There were occasions when I was only with Jakub, but then again Jakub himself met them without my presence or Rambuya's presence.
And in the build-up to the Rambuye conference, Mr. Krasniqi was engaged in meetings with the internationals and in preparations for the negotiations, wasn't he?
Yes.
Now, yesterday you answered some questions about the opposition of the zone commanders to yourself, Mr. Krasniqi and Azim Sula, and I'd like to show you some documents on those issues. Yeah? If we can have on screen 4D00073, please. The Albanian conference.
Yeah, Your Honor, I know the Albanian is not in the presentation queue, but I can pull it out from the admitted exhibit.
My apologies for that. It's U009 1991 to 1994, please. Yes. Now, Mr. Bashota, this is a document in the name of Ramesh Haradinai, addressed to the KLA General Staff, and this document is dated the 19th of January. Now, at point 5 at the top, that's the first section at the top, there's point 5. And I'll read it to you. It says, I ask that the General Staff allocate more space to zone commanders in its composition and free itself from the pseudo-patriots who have given themselves the right to act as cadres and members of the staff. Do you see that?
Yes.
So one of Ramesh Haradinai's requests was for more space to be given to the zone commanders like himself, wasn't it?
Unë nuk e kom pa këtë kërkim.
I had not received this request of his sent to the General Staff. It's the first time that I'm seeing it. Yes, that he had that kind of ambition, that is widely known.
And if you could now, I understand you've not seen this document before, but if I could now take you to the second last paragraph on that page. If you could scroll down, please. And if I can read, I ask that the zone commanders, or I, in the capacity of zone commander, be informed of the criteria applied in appointing commanding cadres to the General Staff. More concretely, I would like to know the criteria used in the appointment of Jakub Krasniqi as Deputy Commander of the General Staff. Were you also aware that these were the sentiments at the time?
Po është përfolur,
We had heard that they were unhappy with my appointment, Jakub's appointment, and Nazim Sula's appointment on it. And later, this became known during a meeting held in Ligots. I had not seen this document before. I don't even know what date it bears or when it was sent on.
Aware of, am I correct?
Yes.
And according to the document, he then goes on to propose new appointments for the General Commander and the Deputy Commander. Were you also aware of that at the time?
jo.
No.
If we can now have on the screen 4D00068, please. I think we have the wrong document on the screen. The ERN would be SPOE 00226473. Yeah, that page, please. I think it's the right document but the wrong page. Right. Now, these are notes from a meeting attended by members of the General Staff and the Zone Commanders on the 21st of January, 1999. Were you present at this meeting, Mr. Bashota?
Se besoj,
I don't think so. I don't know. I can't recall, but I don't think so.
Document notes that there is criticism on the organization of the General Staff, Sokol Bashota. Do you see that?
të
It's at point 1. The second point 1.
På
Yes.
With what you knew at the
fjorda
time?
para emritem
The word that precedes my name is illegible.
But it speaks of criticism on the organization of the General Staff and yourself. That's consistent with what was happening at the time. Yes?
på
Yes.
And the second bullet point from the bottom reads, the issue of Deputy Commander Jakub Krasniqi should be explained. That again is consistent with what you knew at the time, correct?
på
Yes.
If we could have P00182 at page SPOE 00226402, please. Yes. These are from the meeting notes of 6 February 1999 that Mr. Misetic discussed with you yesterday. Do you recall? A discussion on that, yeah.
Yes.
On this page, Sulaiman Slimi is speaking, and looking at point 2 on the page, it's recorded as saying, the appointments that have been made in the General Staff are a matter of concern, Sokol Bashota and Jakub Krasniqi. I think Sokol Bashota is not up to the job of Deputy Commander. The General Staff has ignored the requests we have made about this issue. That is consistent with what you knew at the time, Mr. Bashota? These are the kind of complaints that were being raised?
på sagt.
Yes, correct.
And if you could go to the next page, please. And the first line reads, Jakub Krasniqi too, with all the respect he commands, is not the right man for the post of Deputy Commander. That's also consistent with what you knew at the time, yes?
På
Yes.
And on the next page, the last line reads, if Sokol Bashota and Jakub remain in these posts, I will not report to the General Staff. Again, that is consistent with what was happening at the time, yes?
på
Yes.
To page SPOE 00226407, please. And it reads, until we have new appointments, I will not respond to any requests from or brief you. And I think even my post as commander of the operational zone will be contested. That's what it says, yes?
på
Yes.
So it's correct, isn't it, Mr. Bashota, that although yourself and Mr. Krasniqi were appointed by the General Staff in November 1998 as deputy commanders, the zone commanders never accepted those appointments, yes?
sagt.
Now, between the 6th and 25th of February 1999, Mr. Krasniqi was away from Kosovo attending the peace conference in Rambouillet, correct?
Po, në Rambouillet ka qenë zoti Krasniqi.
Yes, Mr. Krasniqi did go to Rambouillet.
If you could now have 4D00047 on the screen, please. All right, there's no Albanian version, so I'll read you the relevant part of the document. Now, this is an AFP report dated the 13th of March 1999, and it reads, Pristina, Yugoslavia, March 13, AFP. The Kosovo Albanian delegation left here Saturday on board a French plane for talks in Paris on the future of their province, eyewitnesses reported. That's correct, isn't it, Mr. Bashota, that Mr. Krasniqi left by the 13th of March 1999 for France for the second round of negotiations? Yes?
Po, kjo është e vërtetë se
Yes, that is correct, because in the company of Sean Burns and David Meyer, I was able to see their itinerary all the way to the airport.
And during the period of around 2 weeks between the two rounds of negotiations, Mr. Krasniqi and the rest of the KLA delegation were mostly engaged in discussions with KLA members to obtain the agreement to the draft proposal of the peace agreement. That's right, isn't it?
po,
Yes.
Now, you're aware, witness, aren't you, that Mrs. Zarapi has testified in this court?
po.
Yes, I know.
The 2nd of July 2024, Mr. Zarapi was asked by the prosecution whether, following the meeting of 27 February 1999, Mr. Krasniqi actually resigned from his position as deputy commander for support. And his answer was, in fact, yes, because following this, Mr. Krasniqi went with the delegation to Rambouillet when the signing took place, and then he did not return to Kosovo. He remained in Albania. Now that's correct, isn't it? From Paris, Mr. Krasniqi left for Albania and did not return to Kosovo.
Po, në të njëjtën ditë,
On the same day, Jakub Krasniqi, Zemzula and myself resigned from our positions pursuant to the request by the zone commanders. I did explain the reasons here why we undertook this course of action. We discussed during that meeting that Jakub, as a matter of fact, may not resign. In fact, they pleaded with him not to resign. But as a matter of fact, he went to Rambouillet, and I do not think he continued to exercise his functions as deputy commander, given that he was traveling to Rambouillet.
And from Paris, he went to Albania and did not return to Kosovo till mid-1999, around June. Yes?
unë nuk e di mo, se mba
I don't know it because after the resignation from the general staff, I do not know what happened with the other members of the general staff, so I do not know how long he stayed in Albania or when he returned.
can have on the screen SPOE 00228-668, please.
Your Honors, I think the transcript may be down.
Has frozen.
Is it appropriate to stop here and continue after lunch break?
Take a few minutes. Huh? Okay, we'll break for now and you'll get it straightened out during the lunch break. We'll break for lunch now. Witness, you may leave the courtroom. We'll have our lunch break now. You'll be back in court at 2:30. Thank you for your attendance. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All right. All right.
Be seated. Prior to continuing, the panel will issue an oral order on the joint defense request for a surreply to the prosecution's reply relating to filing F02633. On 20 November 2024, the Thaçi, Salimi, Vasily, and Krasniqi defense requested leave to file a surreply to the SPO's reply relating to filing F02633. The filing was given number F02737. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office responded on 21 November 2024 in filing F02741, submitting that the request for a surreply should be denied. The panel notes that in filing F02633, the SPO sought the admission of expert evidence under Rules 138, 149, and 154. And the panel is satisfied that the defense had an opportunity to respond in full to the SPO's motion and to raise any admissibility issues in its response. The panel is also satisfied that in its reply relating to filing F02633, the SPO addressed arguments arising from the defense's response in regards to the admissibility issues, and no new issues were raised. Therefore, the panel denies the defense request for a surreply to the prosecution's reply relating to filing F02633. This concludes the oral order. Madam Court Officer, you may bring the witness in.
Your Honors, prior to that, there's one other small housekeeping matter we wanted to raise. The SPO is intending to file a consolidated Rule 155 application this month. For that purpose, we need an extra 1,000 words for our request. We asked the defense teams if they had any objection to that extension. As I understand the position, they don't object so long as they get a reciprocal extension of words, and we'd like to request that now.
Your request is approved for the 1,000 additional words. If you have a request, you can make it now or you can make it later in writing, either way.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is just a brief transcript point while we have a moment so that it's on the record. And it comes from me mentioning the meeting of the 30th of December. I think I referred to it in two places as a meeting of the 30th of November, and I just wanted to correct that so we all know we're on the same page, and that's at page 56, line 13, and page 57, line 13. It should be 30 December 1998 there, not 30 November.
Both instances?
In both instances, yes.
Thank you very much.
I'm grateful.
So anyway, if you wish a word extension, once you've looked at this, you can certainly ask for it, and it sounds as though there would be no objection, so. Mr. Bashota, we continue with the questions from Ms. Alejandra. She will continue now. Please give her your attention.
Your Honor, I had called up for just before the break. I'll withdraw that question and move to another section. Mr. Bashota, I'd like to now move to the period between November 1998 and late February 1999. Yesterday, you gave evidence that you had meetings constantly with the internationals who came to Kosovo. Do you recall that evidence?
Oh.
Yes.
Evidence that during this period, your activity was mostly of a political nature, yes?
Oh.
Yes.
You've said that you were a trusted contact of and had the best rapport with Sean Burns, yes?
Oh.
Yes.
Cooperation with and assisting the internationals was a priority for you and the KLA's political group who were in contact with the internationals, wasn't it?
Oh.
Yes.
Close relationship with Sean Burns at the time will agree with me, you found him to be honest in his interactions with you, yes?
I believe he was correct with all of us, not only with me, but with everybody who had an occasion to act with him.
Now, turning to your evidence yesterday on the incident of the two Serbian woodcutters, your evidence is that you had no prior information about this incident and only became aware of it when Sean Burns informed you of it. Am I correct?
Oh.
Yes.
Please.
For the purpose of?
I think the provider restrictions.
Yes. Go into private session, please, to protect provider information.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you.
In 1996 and 1997, central staff communiques were published by Zeri Kosoves, weren't they?
Nuk e di saktë.
I don't know for sure because the Kosovas did not come to Kosovo at that time, so I don't know.
Right. Can we have on screen 074625 to 074633 ET, please? The Albanians with the same reference. And while that's coming up, Zeri Kosovos was the newspaper of the LPK, Mr. Bashota? Is that right?
Po,
Yes.
Right. You were shown this document by the prosecution last week. Now, if you could go to page 2, please.
Your Honors, if I can just put on the record that this is Exhibit P1874.
And I believe still currently marked MFI.
Now, this is a timeline of LPK activities which you were shown, yes?
po.
Yes.
Page 2 says, during 1983, the Zeri Kosovos equipment and editorial team are moved to Switzerland. Do you see that?
Po,
Yes.
7 of the document, please. And it's the 4th entry from the bottom. Right. And if I can read it to you, it's December 1999. The LPK organ Zeri Kosovo started to be published in Kosovo following 18 years of publication abroad. So between 1983 and December 1999, it was only published abroad. Would you agree?
po.
Yes.
And your evidence last week was that in 1997, communiques were written abroad as well, yes?
Po kështu im
Yes. This is what Nait Hassani told me and Ganigash.
If we could have P273 on the screen, please. Right. This is communique number 28, dated the 12th of January 1997, and published on Zeri Kosovos on 16 January 1997. Now, you were shown this document by the prosecution last week, and you said that you did not see this communique at the time it was published, correct?
sakt.
Correct.
Second paragraph of the document. Right. Now, the document claims responsibility for the assassination of Malic Sheholi, who is described as a Serbian Socialist Party member of parliament and an old UDP collaborator, correct?
Po.
Yes.
If we could have DJK 01097 on the screen, please. Both Albanian and English, please. Right. Now, this is a newspaper article published on Epoca e Re on 29 September 2020. Now, reporting on a number of statements made by Fatme Sheholi, the son of Malik Sheholi. Can you take a minute to read it, please, Mr. Bashota? I think you'll have to scroll down on the Albanian, please.
Të lexoj gjithë tekstin apo?
Do you want me to read the text in its entirety?
Would be helpful.
I oti Fatmir Shehul.
The father of Fatmir Sheholi.
Ah. Okay.
You've read it. Thank you.
Ms. Alejandra, excuse me for interrupting. Is there a second page? At the bottom right of the Albanian version, you can see that it's page 1 out of 2. Probably there's a second page. I would be interested in having the second page as well.
Is there a second? I don't think so, Jonas, but I'll check and I'll come back with you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Now, Fatme Sheholi refers to Communique 28, yes?
Po.
Yes.
Both a family conclusion and my own, the Ucheka had no role in my father's murder, yes?
Po.
Yes. Yes.
He goes on to say that what was reported in Communique number 28 was entirely untrue in 3 aspects. Yes?
Po.
Yes.
Possible, Mr. Bashota, that Zeri Kosovas was publishing information it received without verifying whether these guerrilla actions had in fact been carried out by the KLA.
Po mendoj se ky është një ndër rastet që
I think it's probably one of the best examples to illustrate what you're stating here.
Right. And in 1996 and 1997, communiques were an instrument of propaganda, weren't they?
po.
Yes.
That the KLA was an organized structure which was ready and capable of fighting the Serbian forces, correct?
Nuk ko mujt me përcjell gjitha.
I haven't been able to read all the communiques, however, from what we've been able to observe, yes.
The reality was quite different, wasn't it? At the time, the KLA was small, uncoordinated guerrilla groups. Yes?
Oh,
Yes.
And in fact, at the time, there was propaganda even saying that the KLA did not exist. Am I correct?
nuk e di saktë nëse është në atë kohë, po
I do not know if it pertains to that time, but yes, there was a period of time during which it was said that the KLA did not exist.
Claiming responsibilities for incidents was one way to show the KLA existed and was organized and was more effective than it actually was. Would you agree with that?
po,
Yes.
Your Honor, it's been checked, and the second page were advertisements. So the text of what was required is already on the screen. There is a link at the top in the translation, Your Honor. Perhaps that would assist. Your Honor, I'd like to tender the article in both versions, please.
I mean, we know the person in the article says it's a family conclusion in his own, but we have no objection to admission.
DJK 0907 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 4D98, and if we can confirm classification, it's currently public.
At paragraph 16 of, yes, it's public, sorry.
It shall be reclassified as public.
Thank you. At paragraph 16 of preparation note 1, that's P1872, I believe. That's the note from your preparation session, Mr. Pashota. And you're recorded as saying, KLA soldiers were informed that the civilian population was not to be touched, but such orders did not emanate from the political directorate. 4401, and that's yourself, knows about such orders from communiques, but these communiques were not themselves orders. Communiques were political statements directed at the population so they would be prepared. Do you recall saying that?
po më kujtohet që më thonë.
Yes, I do recall having said that.
Declarations set out the political views of the KLA in general terms, correct?
Po,
Yes. Yes. And they served as guidance to the citizens and others who referred to them.
If we can have on screen P545, please. Right. Now, this is part of a compilation of political declarations which was included in a book published by Mr. Krasniqi in 2019. And what you see at the bottom of the page is the text of political declaration number 2, published on the 27th of April. Can we scroll down, please? Thank you. Published on the 27th of April, 1998. Now, if you could go to the next page, please. The third paragraph from the top states, the KLA condemns terrorism and other forms of violence against the civilian population and those held prisoner. The KLA recognizes and respects the international acts of the United Nations and the Convention relating to war. Now, this is an example of a General Staff public statement condemning any form of violence against the civilian population. Yes?
Oh,
Yes.
Was particularly important because it was the first declaration in which the KLA set out its policy. Am I correct?
oh,
Yes.
You were referring to in your preparation session when you said there were orders from communiques that the civilian population was not to be touched?
po me siguri se
Yes. Maybe I could easily have referred to a statement or communique of this kind.
And such communiques were a powerful instrument of propaganda, weren't they? Communiques generally.
po patjetër se
Yes, most certainly. As occurs with every war, the propaganda of those who were advocating against the Kosovo Liberation Army existed, so our goal was to use this means in order to shed light on the clear and pure vision of the Kosovo Liberation Army to obtain the liberation of the people.
Of the communiques was also to boost the morale of the soldiers and the Albanian public, giving them an image of the KLA as a modern, organized army that was winning the war. Am I correct?
po gjithmonë
Yes. There was always this message of hope that the war waged by the Kosovo Liberation Army will bring about freedom.
If we could have on screen SPOE 00304903 to 00304915, please. My apologies. There's an earlier reference. That's P269 first, please. It's ET16, the end. Do we have to? Yes. In the Albanian, the reference would be 2760 to 2761, please. Yes, if you could scroll down, please. Yeah, if you could take a moment to read that, Mr. Bashota. And let us know when you finish reading so we can move to the next page for you. In the English, it would be the bottom, towards the bottom of the page, please. Yeah, 26 November.
Oh,
If you could go to
Okay.
just the first paragraphs. Yeah, so it's the paragraph starting with 26 November. Can you see that? Maybe it's easier if I just read it to you in English. On 26 November, a special KLA unit attacked Golesh Aerodrome. A Cessna 310 airplane was hit and brought down, and 5 enemies were killed. The unit returned to its base without losses. Do you see that?
oh,
Yes.
We now have on the screen SPOE 00304903 to 304915, and the page would be 304914, please. Again, for the entry on 26th of November, 1997, and I'll read it to you. It says, a Cessna 310 aircraft was shot down near Pristina. 5 people died in the crash. Though the Ucheka claimed responsibility for this incident, the plane crash is thought to be an accident. That's what it says. And this is a report by the European Community Monitoring Mission. Mr. Bashota, for your information. Now, it's true, isn't it, that in 1997, the KLA did not have the means or capabilities to shoot down a plane.
Arvin Madmola not go beside.
I think the only weapon that was in our possession at the time were Kalashnikovs. I'm not aware of any weapon of a heavier caliber.
So this would be another example of Zerek Kosovas publishing a communique with the KLA taking credit and responsibility for an action that had nothing to do with it. Am I correct?
That's it.
Correct.
To tender the document at this page, SPOE 00304914, please.
Any objection to that page?
Similar to another document earlier today, no objection so long as it's admitted with confidential classification.
SPOE 00304914 is admitted. and will remain confidential.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 4D99 and will be confidential.
Last week and yesterday, Mr. Prosecutor, you mentioned several times the local police. Do you remember that?
Oh,
Yes.
Were created by the Serbian administration and were made up of armed Serbian, Albanian, and Roma citizens, weren't they?
oh,
Yes.
Effectively part of the Serbian police and were involved in operations together with the Serbian police and military. Yes?
oh,
Yes.
Kosovo, weren't they?
po në shumë pjesë të Kosovës, po.
In many parts of Kosovo, yes.
If you could have on screen DJK 01023 to 01038 ET and the Albanian version, oh no, it's the Serbian version, is DJK 00992 to 01022. Right. So this is a transcript of a meeting of the Provisional Executive Council of the Autonomous Province of Kosovo and Metohija, dated the 4th of February 1999. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, the subject of the meeting is activities to date informing the local security. I'm not sure if you read Serbian, but that's what it says, right?
Jo, nuk...
No, I don't. I can't claim to know the Serbian language very well. I know some of it, but I don't know it very well.
No Albanian version of this document, but I'll just read on. Now, if you could go to page DJK 01035 ET, please. Right. Now, at the top of the page, one of the attendees, Mr. Stanojevic, is recorded as saying, local security has been established in 7 municipalities so far. Uniforms, pistols, truncheons, and handcuffs have been provided for them in Jakovica. Now, is that consistent with your understanding that the Serbian government entities in Kosovo had armed these local police officers?
Po,
Yes. That is information that we did have at the time, yes.
He continues, we have already had results, as already in the beginning, 3-4 persons have been apprehended and taken to the local MUP Ministry of Interior in cooperation with the local security. In addition, we have caught thieves on their way to commit theft. So far, they were Albanians, and that is why we must take care of people's property so that the MUP and the local security enjoy good cooperation. They have cooperated well in other matters too, as we have received a list of 2,000 of those terrorists through local security. Now, when Serbian representatives speak about terrorists, that was a word that they used to describe Albanians, including the KLA, didn't they?
Oh,
Yes.
These local police were involved in arrests and providing lists of Albanians and KLA members to the MUP. Were you aware of that?
për listë që ka thonë nuk e di.
I wasn't aware of any list. However, we did have concrete examples. One in particular, for instance, where one of our soldiers was wounded at the hands of people like those, and whilst two others were arrested because they passed by his house, even though that was where the road passed by.
And about halfway through the page, Mr. Stanojevic is recorded as saying, the local security has operated by and large since July and they've had a huge impact. About 80 terrorists have been apprehended, which after all is a good result. Again here, the terrorists they're referring to would be the KLA members, wouldn't it?
Po me siguri se
Very likely, because I don't think there were any other military organizations there at the time.
Your Honor, I seek to tender the document. DJK 01023 to 01038, please. The range.
The entire page? I mean, the one
The
page of
entire
the entire
range.
document.
The entire document, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
DJK 01023 to DJK 01038 ET, plus the Serbian translation is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be assigned Exhibit 4D100, and I note it's currently public in the record.
All right. Witness, we're going to give you a 10-minute break at this time. So you may leave the courtroom with the usher, and we will recommence in 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in, Madam Usher. Ms. Alejandra, can you give us a hint as to how much time you have
I
left?
was just about to do that, Your Honor. After looking over the rest of my notes, I think I have finished my questions with the witness. Yes, thank you.
Actually, Your Honor, for the record, for redirect, we would like to do it. We did release a redirect presentation queue. There have been multiple objections already over email to that queue. I don't know if that is to be discussed outside the presence of the witness before we continue.
Do not bring the witness in yet. All right, the objection.
Yes, thank you.
For the Thaçi objection in particular, we may need to go into private session.
Well, we have two objections, so I'd start with the one that's public first, and then all the defense teams can make submissions on that, and then we can go to the next one, if that's okay with the panel.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So our first objection is to Exhibit 123941-123949. This exhibit was disclosed to us for the first time at 10:10 a.m. this morning, after the conclusion of my cross-examination of this witness. It was disclosed pursuant to Rule 102.3, which on its terms requires the specialist prosecutor to disclose, upon request by the defense, material which the defense believes is material to the preparation of the defense. It was not disclosed under 102.1b, and we object to the attempt to use Rule 102.3 as basically a back door to escape a disclosure violation. This is a document that's from the early 2000s. It purports to be from a witness who was on the witness list of the SPO. There's no conceivable reason why this shouldn't have been disclosed a long time ago, even in the pretrial phase. And to now submit it in this fashion with no explanation of why it's being disclosed late, so late that it's after the conclusion and to our prejudice because it's after our cross-examination was completed, is improper and shouldn't be allowed. Rule 110 specifically authorizes the panel to exclude evidence that has not been disclosed as required by the rules. There's been a similar situation where the panel previously ruled, and this is in F01352 at paragraph 20, it says, this being said, should the SPO foresee that it will use any such material during witness testimonies, including, for example, to refresh a witness's recollection or, with leave of the panel, to confront an adverse witness, the obligation to seek the panel's authorization to amend the exhibit list would be triggered. The SPO would be required to provide timely notice and show good cause for such late amendment and to explain in particular why, in the exercise of its due diligence, the SPO did not seek leave to amend its exhibit list at an earlier point in time. We've had no submissions as to why, in the exercise of due diligence, this couldn't have been found earlier. As we've quickly looked through the material, it appears that this material is directly relevant to matters that were raised in direct, to matters that were discussed with this witness in the prep session at paragraphs 32 to 35 of prep note 2. Nothing new triggered this in cross-examination. Why it wasn't raised with the witness in prep or on direct is also unexplained, but we object to this as a way to get in new evidence that hasn't been disclosed after cross-examination has been completed, and we think it's improper and sets a poor precedent going forward to the SPO that you can use 102.3 to do basically use any document you want in redirect. Thank you.
Does his statement on this issue stand for all the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we support that unanimously.
Same for us, Your Honor, I think.
And us, Your Honor.
You may answer now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel's objection has two distinct parts, and I think it's important to separate them. First, as to the issue of this being disclosed today, this is something that was disclosed following open source searches, following receipt of the defense investigator's notes with this witness, which is now 1D219 MFI. It is something that we've registered, disclosed in the last 24 hours. It's an open source document. We are only using a single page. And I can give the page now even, if it helps. We would only use page 123947, and we're fully aware it's a Rule 102.3 document. There is no intention of tendering this item today. So that's the first half of that. On the second half, about the propriety of putting Rule 102.3 items on a redirect presentation queue. This issue was briefly advanced in September, and then we abandoned the attempt, but it becomes live again now, because this actually isn't the only Rule 102.3 item on our presentation queue today. Our position is that the requirement that items be on lists of exhibits for presentation queues should be a requirement for direct examination only. Redirect is an inherently reactive thing. items take on new relevance because of the cross-examination in the courtroom. And there are certain issues that have arisen in the hearing since we finished our direct examination that necessitate additional questions with Rule 1023 items. And we think we should be allowed to do that.
May I respond? Mr.
Sorry,
President?
just one question. Mr. Halling, just to confirm, did this item come into your possession, that is the SPO's possession, today?
It's an open source item, so it's been accessible throughout, but it was only registered and disclosed today.
Okay, thank you.
May respond quickly.
Thank you. First, the fact that it's an open source material goes is a factor against allowing them to use it. Why wasn't it discovered earlier is the first question. It's something that they clearly could have found earlier, and as I've read the panel's decision that I cited, that doesn't explain why in the exercise of due diligence they couldn't have discovered it earlier. Just one moment, please. And the second point is, it's not enough to just say that matters have arisen in a conclusory fashion and not point out what new matters have arisen. I put in my initial submissions, all of this was covered, at least on prima facie from what we can gather from the document, in prep with the witness, paragraphs 32 to 35 of prep note 2, and covered again in direct. And all we did was respond to their case. So I think in our submission, there should be something more specific, again, to use the panel's phrase in paragraph 20 of the decision I cited, good cause requires something more specific as to what has arisen that's new, that couldn't have been expected by the SPO prior to cross-examination, that now justifies this. Thank you.
Yes, while we can say the issue itself was indeed something that was discussed in the preparation session, I'm just describing the inquiry that was actually done. We were looking for open source material that corresponded in particular to page 3 of the Thaçi defense investigators notes talking about Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati. So this is indeed material that is related to things that we asked about, but the inquiry itself gave us the registration and the disclosure in the way I've described.
Sorry, next objection, please.
Yes, Mr. President, could we go into private session, please?
Your Honor, we're in public session.
All right, witness. Ms. Alejandra, any further questions?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I have no further questions.
Is there a redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Witness, just a small point on something that you just told the Kresnici defense. You were talking about the two disappeared Serbian woodcutters, and you said, and this is real-time transcript page 87, I have no idea where they were taken to, but because they were detained, and then they were taken by the KLA soldiers. Do you remember saying this?
Vast in den film.
What I said is that there was initial speculation that they had been captured by civilians. And we had no idea who had captured them and what direction they'd been sent to. It is possible that they were captured by the soldiers too, but I did not know.
But on what you know now, do you know that the KLA took the soldiers?
Nuk.
I'm totally confused at this time.
Took the soldiers.
Apologies. I'll ask the question again. But knowing what you know now, do you know that the KLA took the two woodcutters?
You're nog wonder them.
No, I can't state that with any certainty.
Then what did you mean with what you just told the Kresnici defense when you said they were detained and then they were taken by the KLA soldiers?
I don't think I said they were detained. What I said was that there was speculation at the time that they had been captured by citizens. And I had no further knowledge what happened to them. And as I said here before you, I think that one of them died and the other one lives to this day.
Let's go on to the topic of zone commanders, which is something that you've discussed in the hearing today in particular, and I can give real-time transcripts pages 33 to 34 as an example. There are certain things that you said in your ICTY statement on the question of zone commanders. The first one is this one. It's P 1870.1, page 14. I can just read these to you. They're short. The general staff organized an operational staff, which consisted of the commanders of the zones. And then question, so is that a part of the general staff, or is it subordinated to the general staff? Answer, it was subordinate to them. Question, and what did that consist of, all the zone commanders? And you said yes. Is that still your evidence?
Yes, after the restructuring, yes.
Yes, you were talking about going to the existence of the operational staff. When did the operational staff start to exist?
The operational staff began even at the time of the central staff, and it continued with the general staff after the structuring of the KLA.
Can you approximate around when the operational staff first came into existence?
Do you mean the operational staff after the general staff became reality, after the structuring?
And even at the time of the central staff. I just wanted to know when it was first established.
Around the years 1994.
Thank you. And then another statement, this is P1870.1, page 12. You were asked, but then when you were a member of the General Staff and the 7 operational zones were created, you were involved in the General Staff appointing commanders for zones. Answer, yes. It was the political directorate and the General Staff that took these decisions, but it was a collective decision. Is that still your evidence?
Komandantët e zonave
Zone commanders were elected by the zones themselves at all times. After the structuring occurred, the General Staff only confirmed them in their position as zone commanders.
If the General Staff hadn't confirmed them, what would happen?
nuk më me parashiku këto.
I can't speculate what it may have led to what occurred in February of 1999. However, which sent to the complete change of the composition of the General Staff, because the zone commanders would have made the same request about the entirety of the General Staff. They did have those powers.
Yes. And in this regard, I wanted to go to what you said about the zones and their reporting. And this is also from your statement. It's P1870.2, page 4. And you were asked, can you just explain how it worked? Could they make their own decisions, and did they report it to the General Staff? And you answered, they reported. They reported on all the actions they undertook in the zone of Dukajini to the meeting of the operational staff. We included members of the General Staff, and we received reports from them. Is that correct?
Yes, when the reporting was to Bislim Zurabi.
And you were asked during cross-examination by the Thaçi defense about whether Adam Demaci had uncontested influence over the zone commanders. Do you recall that from earlier?
Yes.
If we could please put up on the screen SPOE 00131.824 to 00131.857, and it's page SPOE, and that's ET, it's SPOE 00131.856 is the page. And that's from the SPO's original presentation queue. The first page of this same item in Albanian begins with SPOE 00131.751. Witness, you were asked about an interview with Recep Salimi that was in a 2003 book in your preparation session, and I wanted to go back to the page discussed in the preparation session. Now, witness, in this interview, Recep Salimi is talking about Adam Demaci and Ramboye. And he's asked, how did the KLA's final divorce with Demaci happen in the Berisha Mountains? Did it not? The delegation returned from Ramboye on Thursday, while Demaci met with the General Staff on Saturday. How did that meeting go? And the answer from Recep Salimi is, Demaci left the General Staff meeting. He insisted that the deal was not signed at all and attempted to use his influence on zone commanders, but the zone commanders ignored him, so his silence since then has shown his disappointment or failure. His silence or disengagement in the various processes has been unjustified and has left a void in his otherwise very fruitful life as a symbol of national resistance. Is your recollection to these events similar to that of Recep Salimi here?
Unë e thash, nuk e dini se më konë këtë...
I don't know if I took part in this meeting, but I know that with the exception of this occasion, Demaci had influence over his own commanders. And I was delighted with the fact that zone commanders came around to the view of the General Staff to attend the Rambouillet talks, and that Demaci played a role here. If they paid no heed to Demaci on this occasion, this does not mean that they ceased supporting him.
From what you were just saying, the General Staff confirmed the appointments of zone commanders who then reported to them, and zone commanders did not follow Mr. Demaci on what the General Staff wanted with the Rambouillet agreement. Is that a fair summary of what you've said?
Parafrasisht po, vetëm...
In general terms, yes. However, I said that on this occasion, Demaci did not manage to convince the zone commanders on this particular issue. Then this followed up on the work done by the General Staff to try to persuade the zone commanders to sign on to the Rambouillet agreement.
IT 0587, 6D0067, and page 6D000785. And to put that on the screen, Your Honors, 2 pages of this have been admitted as P1745, but this is an additional page. And we can have it just on the screen in English. The Albanian counterpart's typeface is too small. Witness, you were explaining to the Thaçi defense about Rambouillet being something of a coup. Do you remember this evidence?
Object. Misstates the evidence. I don't think he said Rambouillet was a coup.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay.
When you were describing you no longer being the deputy commander and the replacement of Azam Sula with Suleiman Salimi as general commander, you likened that to a coup. Do you recall that evidence?
Oh.
Yes.
000785 is the page. So you can see the number on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. So it needs to go forward about 25 pages. Witness, what I'm showing on the screen now is only in English, but I'll read to you the relevant part. It's an interview of Suleiman Salimi, and he is describing the same events that you were describing in your evidence. And he says the following. So it begins at the UCK delegation in Rambouillet was immediately informed about the appointment. Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, and to a degree Jakub Krasniqi congratulated me. Azam did not say anything. We knew Azam as a man who had been working in logistics. Nobody knew that Azam had been the commanding general because it was not publicly known. Azam congratulated me after they came back from Rambouillet, After I realized that he had been the commanding general, I wanted to withdraw, but Azim himself told me that I should not withdraw, and they accepted that it was their mistake, that they had not resolved this problem earlier. After they came back from Rambouillet, Hashim was the one that would set up the provisional government, and as prime minister, as there was no presidency, he officially took the duties of the UCK commanding general. Witness, how does Suleiman Salimi's recollection on these events compare to yours?
First, the suggestion that Azim Sula prepares Suleiman Sulimi to become the commander does not hold water. It may be, this appears to be an interview taken after the war, not the war. And it was zone commanders themselves who proposed Suleiman Sulimi to become the overall commander. Suleiman Sula, Azim Sula as commander would not have been able to say, I'm proposing you as a commander. Azim Sula, Jakub Krasnich and myself did not accede very happily to the request of the zone commanders to that end. However, we succumbed because we did not want to create an internal conflict within the Kosovo Liberation Army soldiers in the face of the enemy, only for the sake of satisfying the ego of some commanders, and that is the ultimate motive for which we yielded for the selection of Suleiman Salimi as a commander.
Saying here that Azim Sula proposed him. He's actually saying that when he learned Azim Sula was the commander, he wanted to withdraw, and Azim Sula told him not to. What, is that consistent with your recollection of these events?
I do not know about this, maybe. This is new to me. This may be, in a way, a play on words. All I know is that Azim Sula was less than happy with this reaction on the part of zone commanders.
The result of the coup was that Suleiman Salimi then became the general commander. Isn't that what you told the Thaçi defense?
Nuk e di,
I don't know. I said here publicly that Suleiman Salimi did become the commander.
Both of the interviews just shown are relevant and probative and need to be understood in their entirety. As I was saying, 2 pages of this one have actually already been admitted. We would tender SPOE 00131-824 to 00131-857 in Albanian and English, and that's the Recep Salimi interview. And the remaining pages of IT 0587 60-00067, and we would ask that that be added to what is currently P1745.
Any objection?
Your Honor, there's no objection. I'm just trying to work out which additional pages are sought for admission, because it should just be those ones and nothing further. It's a long document.
Well, that's actually our submission, that taking Suleiman Salimi's account of the war in a piecemeal, page-by-page fashion doesn't fully explain the context. So we actually weren't tendering the entirety of the item. It's 37 pages total, but it's not all 37 because there's an Albanian version after the English in the item itself.
So it's 37 pages, including the Albanian.
Correct. It's 37 pages in a multilingual document.
Does that satisfy your curiosity about that?
Yes, Your Honor, but we would ask that only the page that has been shown is admitted and not the entire interview or the entire document in translation, because we don't know why that's all relevant. So it should just be what's relevant for this witness and nothing further.
Your Honour, I also have the same objection in relation to the other interview that the prosecution seeks to tender. It was one small paragraph of the entire interview that was sought to be tendered. I don't see any reason why anything more than that paragraph need to be admitted.
And we would say that the state of mind of the alleged coup master in Suleiman Salimi and a statement of the accused that is talking about the limits of Adam Damaci's influence are relevant issues that should be understood in their context. We're not tendering the entirety of the book with Recep Salimi's interview, but this discrete chapter needs to be understood as a whole.
30-page chapter, of which 5 lines were referred to the witness. I don't think you can suggest, I think the prosecution can in good faith suggest that the entire context of that, which deals with a whole load of other issues, can be admitted on the basis of this one short extract that was shown to the witness. Also, in relation to the other document, we note that the witness is still, this interview can still be shown to the person who provided that information, and that may be more relevant to admit it through them.
Sign an MFI to these 2 separate documents so that we can look at it also prior to admission.
Your Honor, for the first item, SPOE 00131-824 to SPOE 00131-857 ET and its corresponding Albanian, that will be MFI P1883. And for the second item, I note we already have an existing admitted exhibit. Shall I assign a new number for the whole item? We already have exhibit P1745 that the prosecutor mentioned has already some pages of the document. Yes. And shall I MFI the entire document as a separate number or .1? Or add everything to P1745?
MFI the entire document, and then we'll determine it.
In that case, Your Honor, that will be MFI P01884.
Thank you. Witness, the next topic I wanted to go into is the presence of Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli in the general staff. You mentioned that Hashim Thaçi wasn't in the general staff until 1998. That's transcript page 23134. And you said the same thing about Kadri Veseli at real-time transcript page 28 today. I wanted to read to you a couple of additional documents from former general staff members to see how their evidence compares to yours. The first is Jakub Krasnici's testimony before the ICTY. And for the record, this is P800, page 5026. Witness, Jakub Krasnici said the following. He's talking about people he knows. And you knew Sokol Beshota and Recep Salimi. Is that correct? Answer, I knew Sokol at the time, but not Recep. Question, so you knew Adam Jashari and Sokol Beshota. Did you know Hashim Thaçi at the time by name? Answer, yes. Question, so did you know all 3 of them were members of the general staff in 1997? Is that something you knew at the time? Answer, yes. So witness, wasn't Hashim Thaçi already in the general staff before 1998?
I clarified that there was no general staff before 1998. The only thing that existed was the central staff, and Hashim Thaçi was not a member of the central staff.
So can you explain why Jakub Krasnici would say he was?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Let me answer.
Go
ahead.
I wouldn't know what Jakub meant to say when he stated that But what I'm stating here is that from what I know, he was not a member of the central staff of the KLA.
Witness Azim Sula, who you said earlier was an authority on the history of the KLA, said the following as the first composition of the General Staff, and this is P847, page SITF 00243-001. Witness, this is short and I can read it. Azim Sula said, those who decided on the declaration were also the first General Staff of the KLA. It was comprised of Azim Sula, Sokol Bashota, Kadri Vaseli, Zeladin Gashi, Ali Ameti, Zavit Haliti, Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, Lahi Ibrahimi, and another colleague. So witness, this is Azim Sula putting both Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Vaseli and Recep Salimi in the General Staff at a much earlier point than what you're saying. Can you explain this?
I'm stating here with full responsibility that neither Hashim Thaçi nor Kadri Vaseli nor Recep Salimi were members of Central Staff at the time. It was me, Azim Sula, Nate Hassani, Javed Haliti, Ali Ahmeti, and Zeladin Gashi.
Now, is Recep Salimi in your list or out of your list?
Recep Salimi.
When Zeladin Gashi went to Albania, he said that Recep Salimi and Lahi Ibrahimi need to be co-opted because the General Staff had dispersed at the time as a result of the jailing of Nate Hassani, the killing of Zahir Bayezidi, and this resulted in the fact that they were unable to carry out their tasks. If I remember correctly, Reja went to Drenica, whilst Hashim and Kadri were not inside Kosovo. So they had no way of being members of the Central Staff in Kosovo. The first attempt to organize the General Staff was in Negrovsk, the village of Jakub Krasniqi, and that remained an attempt. And even that attempt could not have been implemented because of the situation which I described earlier.
Nearly exhausted the content I can ask and redirect anyway, and exhausted the time. So,
Witness, we're finished for today. You'll have to come back again tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you for being with us. You may leave the courtroom in the company of the court usher. Thank you, Mr. Turchini, as well, for your attendance.
Mr. President, I just want to, did you mean to say 9:30 or 9 o'clock?
We will start again tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
and Your Honor, if it assists for timing, even if everything we requested is granted, it would be 20 minutes maximum tomorrow.
Thank you.
And Mr. Halling, while you're on your feet, there's a document, I think it's Exhibit P268. Let me check. (269.8). The English version appears to miss a word in the second paragraph, so Exhibit P269.8. Could you verify this for us?
Yes, we'll look into it after the day.
All right, we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.